Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Health authorities say at least 6 Palestinians have been killed after Israel's military opened fire on several suspects in Gaza, as Hamas tells mediators it will begin transferring 4 bodies of Israeli hostages tonight. Ukraine's President Zelensky condemns what he describes as an utterly terrorist and cynical attack by Russia. The US and China start charging new port fees on each other's ships as trade tensions between the world's 2 biggest economies rise. Now, health authorities say at least 6 Palestinians have been killed after Israel's military said it opened fire on several suspects in Gaza, as Hamas mediators say it will begin transferring 4 bodies of Israeli hostages tonight. Meanwhile, President Trump has landed back in Washington after attending a global summit in Egypt, where he signed the first phase of the Gaza ceasefire agreement with other world leaders. On his trip back to the US on board Air Force One, Trump also said he hopes it will lead to the rebuilding of Gaza. Take a listen.
Talking about rebuilding Gaza. I'm not talking about single state or double state or 2 state. We're talking about the rebuilding of Gaza.
What's the road ahead for governing Gaza? Because
a lot of people like the 1 state solution. Some people like the 2 state solutions. We'll have to see. I haven't commented on that. That was a power room. Those people, those are the richest countries. I think with tariffs, I think we're the richest country in the world, actually, the United States. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. But those are, really seriously rich countries, and they can handle it.
For more on this, I'm joined by former IDF General Meir Al-Ran. Thank you so much for your time this evening. It's a pleasure to have you on the show. Health authorities in Gaza. Nice to have you on. Just going to say, health authorities in Gaza say at least 6 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli fire in 2 separate incidents today. Why has the killing restarted?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the details. I don't know exactly what happened. But the important thing, as far as I'm concerned, is that Hamas has violated already the ceasefire agreement, the exchange agreement. They have delivered or released only 4 bodies of the deceased hostages. And I hear that today they are planning to deliver 4 more bodies. This is, of course, welcome. But it is in the framework of a violation, of a planned violation of the agreement. The agreement was that all the bodies of the deceased have to be released already more than a day ago. And I think that until this thing is not being solved, and it has to be solved today at the latest, or maybe tomorrow at the least, or the latest, then, of course, problems will emerge. And I can't tell you exactly what the circumstances will be.
I just want to talk to you a little bit about the hostages. The families of the 24 Israeli hostages are still waiting for the release of their bodies from Gaza, as you said, and news just coming out that 4 will be released later today. The Red Cross say some may never be found because of the rubble and the destruction inside of Gaza. Israeli officials say the Rafah crossing now will remain closed, and that will restrict aid to the Palestinian people. Is Israel weaponizing food?
Well, first of all, there is a mechanism to find out what the situation is with the bodies. We understand that they know, Hamas knows exactly where are the at least a few or most of the bodies, and they are committed and they need to release them as soon as possible, as I said before, within hours. As far as the other bodies that will be hard to find or whatever, there is a mechanism that has been constructed to find out together with the mediators to find out where the bodies are and to bring them home to Israel as is needed, not only from the perspective of the families, of the grieved families, but also for the sake of the keeping up with the agreement. And this is a national issue as far as Israel is concerned. So everybody has to understand that Israel and the families are very, very serious about the making sure that those bodies are being released and returned home in a matter of hours.
General, could this jeopardize the peace agreement that we've seen in place? And Donald Trump, of course, was in Israel and in the Knesset. Are we now seeing this deal fall apart in front of our eyes?
I don't think that it's falling apart, and I don't think that we're talking really about peace in the foreseeable future. But we are talking about some kind of an arrangement to make sure that Hamas will not be part of the future of Gaza, and then that Gaza will be demilitarized and reconstructed. And later on, of course, very important other things as far as stability in the Middle East is concerned, etc. Those are the main stages to be achieved, hopefully, according to the Trump vision and the agreement that has been signed. I hope that it will be materialized according to the plan. If, of course, Hamas is not putting the obstacles that apparently it is already putting in front of the schedule and in front of the steps that have to be taken in accordance with the agreement. If this happens, then great. If the Hamas is not really standing up to the agreement and to their commitment to the mediators, then of course Israel will have to resume the pressure on Hamas so as to make sure that the agreement is being materialized properly, on time, and fully. If this does not happen, of course, Israel has all the right and the options to do what is needed to be done. And this will be unfortunate, but this is definitely a possibility if Hamas is not playing the rule according to the rules.
Let's talk a little bit about Hamas, because the Israeli military made it clear that if suspects cross the yellow line in Gaza towards troops, they would react. The Israeli military still control around 50% of the territory. We must remember that this is not a full withdrawal. How challenging is this ceasefire as Hamas begins to reassert its authority in the Strip?
Well, Hamas is not supposed to do that. Hamas is not allowed to do that. And Hamas has basically committed itself to rearm and to dissolve its military presence and also its civilian presence in Gaza. So we'll have to see what happens. If, again, as I said before, if Hamas is trying to do different things in order to survive in control positions inside Gaza, and this is apparently what's going to happen as far as they are concerned, at least, then Israel will be doing what it has to do, what it has committed to do, and what was accepted in the agreement signed up by the mediators with the partnership of the United States of America. There is no doubt about what has to be done. The big issue is to what extent it will be done. I hope that the pressure on Hamas will be strong enough without a military incursion of Israel again into Gaza. This is for us a possibility, not necessarily the best possibility, but we can do it militarily easily. And this is something that is definitely in the cards.
Mayor Al-Ran, thank you so much for your thoughts.
Thank you very much for having me, and good night.
Thank you. I'm now joined by Dr. Jaime Abu Sada, Associate Professor of Political Science at Al-Azhar University in Gaza. A pleasure to have you back on the show, Doctor. After a jubilant day yesterday in Gaza, today reports suggest 6 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli fire and Hamas has carried out a public execution. How fragile is this ceasefire?
Well, good evening, Leigh Ann, and many thanks for hosting me. Well, I don't want to say that the ceasefire is fragile. It seems to me that the situation is very complicated. It's a very difficult situation. Both parties, Israel and Hamas, are getting out of a war that lasted for 2 years. And still, it seems to me that the Israeli hands on their guns are very loose. And that's why they killed 6 Palestinians, and to the best of my knowledge, those Palestinians who were killed today are Palestinian civilians. They are not militants. Israel basically is saying that they were approaching a zone that they were not supposed to be there. But anyway, in the meantime, Hamas has carried out also an ugly execution of Palestinian accused of collaboration with Israel or accused of illegal activity during the past many months. It seems to me that this is part of the so-called consequences of a war that went on for 2 years, and the consequences of keeping Hamas for a few days, as President Donald Trump alerted yesterday to some reporters when he said that Hamas is allowed to stay in power or to stay in control of Gaza for a few days to prevent problems or to prevent chaos and lawlessness. But unfortunately, ugly incidents that happened yesterday with the execution of Palestinians again, who are, according to Hamas, accused of collaboration with Israel during the past months, and some others are accused of theft and damage to the Palestinian properties, I believe.
So, Doctor, there are growing concerns over the influence of Hamas in Gaza, with renewed presence on the street. Talk about this big power vacuum that you just mentioned there. Will President Trump and regional powers keep pressure on Hamas and Israel? Is that the hope here?
Well, it seems to me that the plan is crystal clear. The proposal that was put forward by the U.S. president and that was accepted by Hamas and Israel is straightforward, that Hamas will not play a role in the day after in Gaza. But in the meantime, Hamas will be allowed, I guess, to stay in control of the streets of Gaza for a transitional period until an international transitional force an international stabilization force will be deployed in the Gaza Strip. This international stabilization force will be made by Egypt, Jordan, maybe other countries, and they will be responsible for training and supporting local Palestinian police who will be vetted by this ISF. Unfortunately, seems to me that this is going to take some time. This is going to take a lot of efforts from the mediators, from the negotiators to try to settle these issues. But until then, it sounds to me that Hamas will continue to control the streets of Gaza and will probably continue to take revenge against some of their opponents or some of those who were accused of collaboration with Israel in the past 2 years. It seems to me that probably what happened yesterday or what happened over the past last 3 days, that will probably be a trigger to the mediators to try to come in and basically try to hold Hamas and its policemen responsible for what has been taking place in the streets of Gaza.
So we're just talking there, Doctor, and this has been the big concern. It's been 4 days since the ceasefire came into effect, but many questions remain unanswered. Who's going to run the Gaza Strip, and will Hamas disarm? And right now, we don't have those answers, and this is why we are seeing violence back on the streets in Gaza when it comes to Hamas and opposing other militant groups, because they're not the only militant group inside of Gaza.
Well, Leigh Ann, that is a very good question, and that is something that we don't know yet. It seems to me, quoting what the Qatari Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, he did say that the mediators tackled the first stage of the ceasefire proposal, or the Trump proposal, and ahead of that there is the second stage, or the second phase of the proposal, which is much more complicated. I guess 3 more issues have not been dealt with, have not been basically finalized. It's going to take a lot of time to finalize them. One of them is the day after, who's going to govern the Gaza the day after. Now, we know that Hamas has accepted in principle not to play a political role in the day after. They wrote that in their response to the Trump proposal. But the proposal speaks of the establishment of a Palestinian technocrat committee made of Palestinian independents, who will be responsible for an international body called Board of Peace that will be headed by President Donald Trump and other, maybe Tony Blair and other regional leaders, but that still has not been even established. The other issue that hasn't been dealt with also the so-called decommissioning of Hamas weapons or Hamas fighters. Now, Hamas hasn't said a thing to that in terms of their response to the proposal, but we have been hearing lately some Hamas spokespersons speaking about that Hamas isn't going to disarm itself. The only way that they're going to disarm is if there is going to be a Palestinian state. Now, I think we have to take into consideration here, there is a difference between decommissioning Hamas and disarming Hamas. The document, or the ceasefire proposal, speaks about decommissioning of Hamas fighters and Hamas weapons. So that might be another issue also. And the most important also, the issue of rebuilding and reconstruction of Gaza, which according to UN and the World Bank, it probably will need something between 50 to 70 billion US dollars for the rebuilding and reconstruction of Gaza.
Yes, indeed, Doctor. And a UN report today says over 80% of buildings in Gaza have been destroyed or damaged. Doctor, it was brilliant to have you on the show as always. Thank you for your insights and your analysis.
It's my pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Now, Ukraine's President Zelensky has said almost 60 people have been injured during a Russian attack overnight. He described the attacks, which also hit a hospital, as an utterly terrorist, cynical attack on a place where lives are saved. It comes as a delegation from Ukraine heads to Washington for meetings this week, ahead of Zelensky's meeting with Donald Trump on Friday. I'm now joined by Russian expert and senior fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, Anna Borshkin-Saya. Anna, great to have you back on the show. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thanks for having me.
Pleasure. Anna, let's just start with Russia launched an aerial bombing of a hospital in Ukraine overnight, injuring dozens of people. Why is the Kremlin stepping up attacks on Ukraine, especially in the recent weeks?
The Kremlin is stepping up attacks because for 2 reasons. One, it remains committed to fighting the war in Ukraine. It's not interested in peace. And as you mentioned earlier, Zelensky is headed to the U.S. To meet with Trump on Friday. So Putin is escalating ahead of this meeting. It's a negotiating tactic, essentially. which tells you everything you need to know about what Putin wants. He does not want peace. He wants to control Ukraine. And second, there's been an overall Russian escalation across Europe with NATO in recent weeks, and we've seen that with Poland, with Denmark, with other countries. So again, the big picture, the way to understand what's happening is that one way or the other, no matter how you look at it, Putin is not interested in peace.
Why do you think Volodymyr Zelensky is going to the US again on Friday? And will he get those much talked about Tomahawk missiles, do you think?
We don't know for certain of what he will get, but we've seen a change in tone with President Trump. He has grown more impatient with Putin. He's seen that he put a lot of concessions on Ukraine, and Ukraine was willing to do a lot more towards a potential, at least a ceasefire. But Putin hasn't changed tactics. So we've observed that Trump is visibly frustrated. And, you know, Zelensky, for his part, does want peace, but peace can't be a capitulation to Russia. Those are two different things. So Zelensky remains reliant on the United States and the West at large. And remember, Russia attacked Ukraine. Ukraine is the victim here.
And I just wanted to ask you a little bit, because earlier you said that Putin doesn't want peace, but the Kremlin has actually said it welcomes President Trump's desire to focus on a search for peace in Ukraine after the Gaza ceasefire. We heard this today. Do you think Putin is actually ready to get back to the negotiating table after the Alaska summit resulted in basically not very much at all?
Exactly. Well, first, you're absolutely right. The Alaska summit did not result to very much at all. Well, of course, we'll have to wait and see. We don't know yet how this particular meeting is going to play out. But what we do know is that traditionally Putin makes these comments. In other words, he pays lip service to the idea of peace. He says he's open to talks, but it's another delay tactic, another opportunity to gain some sort of advantage. And in terms of how Russia fights war, whether frankly, whether it's Ukraine or Syria or elsewhere, is by resorting to these types of tactics, by signaling that they're interested in peace, but using it to more sinister ends.
So we talk about Russia here, delay tactics when it comes to talks, and they say they'll engage in them, but nothing actually changes. You also mentioned NATO earlier. We've seen incursions into NATO airspace by Russia. Are these European countries doing enough to support Ukraine and to put pressure on Russia? Because when I look at it, the US hasn't put sanctions on Russia. The European Union don't seem to be doing very much either.
Well, there are sanctions on Russia. We could say, though, I could argue there could be a lot more sanctions on Russia. But there are certainly, Russia is the most sanctioned country in the world. The real issue is whether or not that those sanctions have made a difference. And I would argue in and of themselves, they have not done enough. We could certainly put more sanctions on Russia, but to your point about Europe, Europe could also be doing more. Now, they are stepping up more. They are trying to do more. It's not enough. The question is, what is it going to take? Certainly, incursions into NATO space, violations of NATO airspace that we've seen in recent weeks, that is a big shift. Russia, up until that point, has not tested NATO to the degree that it has, and it certainly raises the question of, what is it going to take? How much is Russia going to escalate before Europe does more?
Yeah, the big question we're all looking for the answer to. And the war in Ukraine is now in its fourth year. Trump, of course, famously said he could end it in 24 hours. Do you think Donald Trump is the man who can bring peace to this region after we've seen what he's been able to achieve in the Middle East?
Well, certainly, look, American leadership is indispensable. Whether it's Trump or any other American president. The situation in Europe, though, is different than it is in the Middle East. And I don't think anyone realistically expected the war in Ukraine to end in 24 hours. Even Trump himself has shifted away from that talking point. The real question is, what is it going to take to raise the costs on Russia so much so that it can no longer afford to fight? Because that is what it's going to take when Russia can no longer afford to fight, and we're not there yet.
Anna Borshkin-Sayer, it's great to have you back on the show with me. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Now, Saudi Arabia's first Nobel Prize-winning scientist, Professor Omar Yaghi, has urged young Saudis to embrace science and also take risks. In an interview with Al Arabiya's Fatima Fahed, he also spoke about the moment he found out he would receive the prize for his work in the field of chemistry. Take a listen.
It was a surprise. I mean, I received the call from the committee when I was landing in Frankfurt and taking my bags to deplane. So it was very surprising, and I was right there in the plane while they were telling me that I have been awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. And they were talking about the different presentations that they were going to make in 90 minutes before the official announcement. And they asked me whether I would be available to give interviews. And I said, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to because I would be on my next flight during that time. So it was absolutely fantastic. And there is, you can't prepare for moments such as this. I want to thank His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and I also want to thank the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, for the support that they've shown me during the last years, for supporting my research, encouraging me. I think this is important to mention. It's science cannot be done in vacuum. It requires a lot of different contributions from different sides, and they have done a tremendous job in supporting me. I also want to thank KAXT, King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology, for their collaboration, scientific collaboration over the last many years. These two aspects have helped me craft our research and direct our research in directions that benefit society. And we've taken the basic science all the way to applications and to commercialization.
Now to China, and Beijing has announced new fees on US ships entering Chinese ports. The fees follow similar plans announced by US President Donald Trump earlier this year and play into the ongoing trade spat between the two nations. Jan Kamenzen-Broomby has all the details.
If you are an American ship landing in China today, you might be in for a bit of a nasty surprise. That's because today marks the first day of a new series of port fees that the Beijing government has imposed on US-built, US-operated and US-flagged ships landing here across the whole of China. This comes in and of itself in response to a decision made by Donald Trump some time ago to impose very similar fees on Chinese ships. That was widely seen by analysts as a move by Washington to try and unseat the Chinese from their position of dominance when it comes to maritime trade. But it's about more than just that. This represents also the latest episode in the saga of this trade war between China and the United States, a trade war that we thought had become somewhat of a stalemate, that we thought had entered into somewhat of a truce period, but we've seen that unravel in the last few days. Just last week, China announced a new range of export controls on rare earth minerals, to the fury of Donald Trump, who subsequently threatened tariffs of up to 3 figures and said that he would also be limiting export of critical software to China. All of this comes ahead of a meeting just some weeks away now in South Korea, the APEC summit, where leader Xi and President Trump were expected to meet. It looks like that meeting is still going to be going ahead. We haven't heard any confirmation from either side that that has been cancelled as a result of these new trade tensions. But if and when it does happen, it looks like it's going to be a slightly frostier exchange.
Now, as trade tensions escalate, the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has also accused China of trying to hurt the world's economy with its controls on exports of rare earth minerals. He's told the Financial Times this is a sign of how weak their economy is, and they want to pull everybody else down with them. Maybe there is some Leninist business model where hurting your customers is a good idea, but they are the largest supplier to the world. If they want to slow down the global economy, they will be hurt the most. For more on this, I'm joined from London by economist Laurie Laird. Thank you so much for joining me.
Leigh Ann.
Hiya. There's actually been a lot going on today. We'll get onto it, but Jerome Powell's been speaking, so we've got lots to talk about. But
yeah, a lot there.
Yeah, but let's start right now with what do you make of the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's words towards China as tensions over trade really begin to escalate? And his interview did actually move markets.
Leigh Ann, I mean, I know you're a bit of an economics geek as well, so I'm guessing that this interview would have shocked you a little bit as well. I had to pick my jaw off the floor. Bessent's comments were really rather scathing and not all that much based on truth. Not only did he say, I'm repeating you here, that China wants to bring everyone down with it. He also said that China's in a recession or possibly a depression. This is nonsensical. The Chinese economy has been slowing. We all knew that. A lot of that has to do with that dreadful property price crash. We are starting to see some signs of life in the Chinese economy, but we're not in recessionary territory. We're certainly not in a depression territory. And if Donald Trump wants to hang out with Xi Jinping in Korea early in November, man, this is not a way to do this. And it feels a little bit like Bessent is caught. He's got two adversaries here in Xi Jinping and Donald Trump, both of whom really like to be flattered. And he doesn't seem to know who to flatter and how to time that. He did an interview with Fox News yesterday when he was quite conciliatory toward China. So these rather scathing remarks really caught me by surprise. He also said that China wants to export its way to economic growth. Well, that's been the case for the past 50 years. This is not a new phenomenon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just wanted to ask you, how damaging are China's sweeping export controls on rare earths and critical minerals for the global supply chain? Because we know that rare earths and minerals, they control about 70% of the market. And I've got my mobile phone here. They're in our mobile phones, they're in our laptops, and basically everything we use.
Absolutely. You know as much about this as I do. I'm flattered that you will have me here. Rare earths are a funny one. It's a funny name because these compounds, these minerals aren't that rare. It's just that because China has been mining them longer than anyone else, the world has sort of stepped back and let China really take a monopoly, a stranglehold on the marketing, on the digging up of these minerals, and not just the getting these things out of the ground, but processing them. When you add processing, so these rare earths come from many places, but China processes about 90% of these unusual niche minerals, and that gives China a massive bit of leverage when it's negotiating trade terms with the U.S. and with the rest of the world. You know, if you look at what the U.S. sends to China, it's chips, and let's put that aside for a moment. It's also agricultural products. It's things like soybeans. Well, China used to buy a lot of soybeans from the U.S. Now they're buying them from Argentina. Hasn't been one order put into U.S. farmers for soybeans from China. So the things that the U.S. sends to China, for the most part, are interchangeable. They can be found elsewhere. But these rare earth minerals at the moment really can't be found anywhere but China. So it makes the negotiations a little bit tricky. When Donald Trump says they need us, sure, China needs some of the stuff that America sends, but the rest of the world needs a lot of the stuff that China exports and is perfectly willing to allocate the exports of.
Absolutely fascinating. But the US, as we know, is threatening an additional 100% tariff on imports from China, and that will be from the 1st of November. And you also mentioned to me that Xi Jinping will be meeting Donald Trump. Do you think that both men can possibly reach a deal?
Yeah, I do. I do think there will be a deal to be done. Otherwise, I don't think Trump would have given himself to the 1st of November to actually impose those tariffs. But look, China's exports, despite the already heavy tariffs that they're paying to send to the U.S., China's exports rose by more than 8% year on year in the month of September, while exports to the U.S. fell by 25%. China is starting to divert its exports to other places in the world. So China is showing us, at least for the moment, that they can find other destinations for some of these products.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they did start diversifying in Donald Trump's first term, because remember, we heard a lot about China and tariffs then. But let's get on to something else that's happening in the economic world. And the IMF is holding its annual meeting in Washington this week and has lifted its 2025 global growth forecast as tariff shocks and financial conditions have actually proven more mild than expected. Is this good news for 2025?
It's shocking, isn't it? And we just yesterday we had Kristalina Georgieva, who's the head of the IMF, saying that she's very surprised at the resilience in the global economy. She also said, but don't get too used to it. The IMF meetings won't really kick off in earnest until tomorrow. But we had a bit of opener just a few moments ago, Leigh Ann. Jerome Powell, the head of the U.S. Federal Reserve, was just given an award. He did a little speech and was doing this Q&A, his question and answer, as you and I came on air. He gave us a real mixed picture. After the Fed reduced rates last month, we're all sort of thinking, what do they do next? Are they going to continue to reduce rates? And what will they base their decision on? Because we haven't seen any new U.S. economic data because of the shutdown. So we don't have a great sense of where employment is. We don't have a great sense of whether tariff-based inflation is beginning to pick up. Now, there's some information coming out tomorrow from the Federal Reserve, but that's qualitative stuff. It's not quantitative stuff. Powell gave a really mixed message here. He said that things look a little bit strong. The macroeconomic outlook looks a little bit stronger than it did when the Fed last cut rates. He also said that he sees a lot of downside risk to employment and he sees some upside risk to inflation. I don't know if you can read between those lines, but what I took from it is I didn't get the sense that there will be a massive rush to cut rates again anytime soon, if only because there's so little data on which to base that kind of a decision.
And it's so interesting because when I had a look at what he said, sometimes I think he's walking a tightrope to keep Donald Trump on his side somewhat.
Absolutely. I mean, having Donald Trump not shouting at him from the sidelines must be a little bit of a relief. But, you know, Donald Trump always has someone in his target. So it wouldn't be surprising if that criticism of the Fed didn't materialize sometime soon, particularly if we don't see another rate cut. But I got the sense from Powell, you're absolutely right, walking a tightrope, but I got the sense that things are finally balanced. And it didn't seem clear in his head which way he wants to go. The thing that really stuck out for me, though, was him saying that things seem a little bit stronger than he thought at the time that the Fed cut rates. So take that for now. It's not clear that Jerome Powell's scheduling can change, so it's not entirely clear whether we will hear from him again before that next Fed meeting at the end of the month.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. I always learn loads when you come on the show. And just the S&P 500 and Dow actually turned positive on Powell's speech. So there we are. They saw it as a positive
I learned something from you then.
Yeah, there we are. Well, I just learned it from my computer, so it's not that smart. Laurie Laird, thank you so much for joining us.
Leigh Ann.
Always great to have you on the show. Thank you. A reminder of our top stories. Health authorities say at least 6 Palestinians have been killed after Israel's military opened fire on several suspects in Gaza. As Hamas tells mediators it will begin transferring 4 bodies of Israeli hostages tonight. Ukraine's President Zelensky condemns what he describes as an utterly terrorist and cynical attack by Russia. The US and China start charging new port fees on each other's ships as trade tensions between the world's two biggest economies do begin to rise. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. This episode of The Dailies will focus on the powerful images dominating front pages around the world today. Freed Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners embracing their families. Donald Trump's hero's welcome in Israel and his address to the Knesset, and his appearance at the Egypt Peace Summit, flanked by world leaders. Today, we examine how newsrooms and media outlets across the globe framed these historic moments. We'll start with the American media, which largely cast the day as Donald Trump's diplomatic triumph, spotlighting his Knesset address and central role in the hostage and prisoner releases. Reports emphasized his victory lap narrative while noting the uncertain future of his 20-point peace plan. Press highlighted Benjamin Netanyahu appeared politically sidelined, while in their view, the Egypt summit underscored both regional hesitation and Washington's commanding role. The New York Times examines the president's Knesset address and his high-profile appearance at the Peace Summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, positioning him as the central figure in brokering the Gaza ceasefire and hostage release. World leaders from over 20 nations gathered under banners proclaiming Peace 2025, celebrating the end of 2 years of war. Yet the summit produced no binding commitments, only a vague declaration favoring diplomacy over conflict. While Trump enjoyed rare adulation abroad, he avoided indeed addressing Gaza's reconstruction or Palestinian statehood. His rhetoric cast the moment as a historic dawn, but practical next steps remain unclear. The spectacle highlighted Trump's political showmanship and global stagecraft more than a concrete post-war roadmap. I will stay with the New York Times, which also published an interesting analysis detailing Trump's unexpected call during his Knesset address for President Herzog to pardon Benjamin Netanyahu, who faces long-running corruption trials. The piece notes Trump's remark, framed as a lighthearted suggestion, raised serious legal and also political questions. Now, while Israel's president can indeed pardon convicted individuals, pre-trial clemency is rare, with only one precedent dating to 1986. Legal experts noted also Netanyahu's charges, bribery, fraud, and also breach of trust differ significantly from national security cases that justified past pardons. A preemptive pardon would likely face legal challenges and also risks undermining judicial credibility. The analysis concludes Trump's intervention underscores his growing influence in Israel after brokering the Gaza ceasefire, intertwining diplomacy with Israel's domestic politics. Axios revealed in a scoop that a secret late-night meeting between Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and senior Hamas leaders in Sharm el-Sheikh was pivotal in finalizing the Gaza ceasefire. With mediation from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey, Trump's envoys personally assured Hamas that Donald Trump would guarantee the deal's enforcement if Hamas upheld its commitments. According to the sources, Hamas accepted after receiving Trump's message of fair treatment and a pledge to implement his 20-point plan. The direct contact, politically risky and unprecedented at this level, convinced Hamas the U.S. was indeed serious. The report concludes this behind-the-scenes diplomacy mirrors earlier secret contacts in Doha and also underscores the personal, unconventional style driving Trump's Middle East strategy. To the Wall Street Journal, which examines Trump's efforts to extend his Middle East diplomatic momentum to the war in Ukraine. The report highlights that after brokering the Gaza ceasefire, Trump plans to host Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House, with European leaders hoping he can pressure Vladimir Putin as he did Hamas. But unlike Gaza, however, Russia's nuclear arsenal and support from Chinese Communist Party complicate negotiations. The piece also quotes analysts who note Trump has yet to apply real economic or military pressure on Moscow, though he hinted at supplying Ukraine with long-range missiles. The piece also notes observers see the possibility of a Trump-brokered ceasefire, but one that could pressure Kiev into concessions, raising tensions with European allies and also highlighting the far higher stakes of this conflict. Newsweek shed the light on Jared Kushner, who is now being credited as a key architect of Donald Trump's Gaza peace breakthrough. In its analysis, the publication highlights that despite holding no official role in Trump's second term, Kushner leveraged years of personal relationships across the Middle East to help secure the ceasefire and hostage deal between Hamas and Israel. The piece also underscores how previously criticized by both Democrats and MAGA loyalists, Kushner is now earning bipartisan praise, including from former Biden officials. Allies point to his role in the Abraham Accords and Operation Warp Speed as proof of his quiet influence. Supporters argue that his business-driven, relationship-based diplomacy has reshaped the region, with some already calling this moment Abraham Accords 2.0. Moving across the Atlantic, the Times examines the UK's behind-the-scenes role in Donald Trump's Gaza peace deal. The analysis highlights that despite public disputes with U.S. officials, Trump envoy Steve Witkoff praised UK National Security Advisor Jonathan Powell for his incredible input. Now, the piece also explains that Powell, the architect of the Good Friday Agreement, helped shape key elements of Trump's 20-point plan, which mirrors Northern Ireland's peace framework by deferring disarmament and integrating militants into political processes. Now, the analysis also contends that Britain's recognition of a Palestinian state, initially criticized by Washington, ultimately gave Arab partners diplomatic cover to back the plan. It concludes the UK working alongside figures like Tony Blair played a quiet but strategic role, positioning the agreement as a long-term process rather than a single breakthrough moment. To the Israeli media, whose coverage was intensely political and split in tone, pro-government outlets portrayed the day as a joint success for Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, while mainstream and opposition-leaning outlets framed it as Trump's show, highlighting Netanyahu's diminished influence and U.S. dominance in shaping the deal. Many also noted the public's mixed mood, relief over the hostages' return, but growing frustration with Netanyahu's leadership. The Times of Israel reported on Benjamin Netanyahu's decision to decline a last-minute invitation to Sharm el-Sheikh Peace Summit, co-chaired by Donald Trump and Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Now, officially, Netanyahu cited the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah, but the piece highlights deeper political motives, chiefly fears of backlash from his right-wing coalition over appearing alongside Mahmoud Abbas and Recep Tayyip Erdogan. The report situates this episode within even a broader context of intense diplomatic maneuvering, including Erdogan's boycott threats as well. Central to Trump's Gaza peace plan, he went ahead without Netanyahu, a moment signaling Israel's growing isolation from key regional diplomacy. Menachem Rosensaft wrote in the Jerusalem Post, arguing that the end of the Gaza war marks the start of a deeper ideological struggle over Israel's future. Now, the author contends that while Donald Trump blocked Benjamin Netanyahu's annexation ambitions, Netanyahu's super Sparta vision, a militarized isolationist state, clashes with Israel's founding Athenian democratic ideals. Rosensaft contrasts these two narratives: an inclusive, pluralist Israel versus an ethno-nationalist project extending from the Jordan River to the sea. Drawing on Zionist history, the author also stresses that sustainable security depends on coexistence, not permanent domination. He highlights Israeli civil society's resistance to illiberalism and warns that Netanyahu's approach risks deepening global isolation. Arab media coverage of the events of the day was measured but pointed, focusing less on celebration and more on regional power dynamics. Many outlets framed the day as a diplomatic win for Donald Trump, not for Israel, underscoring U.S. dominance in setting the terms of the deal. The Egypt Peace Summit was portrayed as a stage for Arab states' strategic calculations, yet commentaries also warned that the core Palestinian issue remains unresolved. Iyad Abu Shakra asked in Sharq al-Awsat today, now that we're done with the Nobel Prize, what about Palestine and the region? The author indeed situates Donald Trump's failed bid for the Nobel Peace Prize alongside his touted Gaza ceasefire victory, arguing that neither constitutes a true triumph. The article draws historical parallels with Cold War-era Nobel decisions to show how symbolic gestures can be strategically useful. The author critiques Trump's 20-point peace plan as shallow and politically driven, more about personal glory than sustainable peace. Also, figures like Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are portrayed as lacking regional depth, while Israeli hardliners and lingering mistrust threaten implementation. Now, ultimately, Abu Shakra warns that despite the ceasefire, the core Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains unresolved, casting doubt on the deal's long-term durability. And we'll end with the Palestine Chronicle, which published an investigative report alleging that despite the ceasefire, Israel is pursuing its war in Gaza through proxy forces. The report describes how Israeli intelligence has armed and supported 3 main militia groups: the Popular Forces, led by Yasser Abu Shabab, the Counter-Terrorism Strike Force, and the People's Army Northern Forces, made up of criminals, ex-security agents, and ISIS-linked elements as well. These gangs, according to the Chronicle, are accused of assassinations, aid theft, and targeting civilians and also journalists. The piece frames this as an Israeli strategy to outsource violence, create internal chaos, and project a Palestinian civil war. Deep local resentment towards these militias, however, undermines their legitimacy, suggesting this tactic may fuel instability rather than secure Israeli objectives. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Professor Omar Yaghi, congratulations. I mean, wow, it is such an honor to be talking to you, the first Saudi scientist to win a Nobel Prize. I mean, I'm really grateful to be here today. And when your name was announced in Stockholm, was it a moment of surprise or more of the accumulation of a lifelong inner journey, so to speak?
It was a surprise. I mean, I received the call from the committee when I was landing in Frankfurt and taking my bags to deplane. So it was very surprising, and I was right there in the plane while they were telling me that I have been awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. And they were talking about the different presentations that they were going to make in 90 minutes before the official announcement, and they asked me whether I would be available to give interviews. And I said, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to because I will be on my next flight during that time. So it was absolutely fantastic, and there is you can't prepare for moments such as this.
Yes, I can imagine. Well, tell me more about how you felt. How did it feel after all this hard work that you've been doing, all this research you've been doing to finally have this moment announced?
Well, I think scientists do science for two reasons. One is that they want to stimulate their mind, advance the frontiers of knowledge for the benefit of humanity, but they also want to be recognized for their work. And I think that those are two important components. If you ask a scientist to work in an isolation and they can't report their work, they can't talk about their work, they probably wouldn't do it. So I think that this is important to keep in mind, is that we work for advancing the frontiers of knowledge. And when our research, our results have benefit to society, it's really an amazing feeling. And to be called by the Nobel Committee, which is the highest honor a scientist could receive, that's just an icing on the cake. And it's really part of an important legacy for a scientist to be awarded such a prize. It also, I think the prize allows us to, especially the emerging generation, to open their eyes to what is possible. I think it enhances the science, it encourages the youth, and it brings the science up front and center in society. I think those are very, very important for building an educated society.
I can imagine, and I will get back to that in just a moment. Professor, now, as the first scientist carrying the name of Saudi Arabia to receive a Nobel in chemistry, how does this reflect on the significant advancements Saudi Arabia is witnessing in the fields of research, development, and as well as innovation?
Well, first, I want to thank His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and I also want to thank the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, for the support that they've shown me during the last years, for supporting my research, encouraging me, I think this is important to mention. Science cannot be done in vacuum. It requires a lot of different contributions from different sides, and they have done a tremendous job in supporting me. I also want to thank CAXT, King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology, for their collaboration, scientific collaboration over the last many years. These two aspects have helped me craft our research and direct our research in directions that benefit society. And we've taken the basic science all the way to applications and to commercialization through these collaborations and through the support of His Majesty and His Royal Highness in this regard. And I just want to mention that and thank them very much. This is an important time to acknowledge the people who have contributed to my success. In terms of its impact on society, I think the kingdom is going through an amazing transformation to become an important contributor to the world scene of science, and not just science, but also technology. And you can see every day different initiatives, such as the Al 2030 initiative, which is an important initiative for evolving the science in the kingdom. This is very important. The kingdom has a lot of smart people, and especially in universities, and these initiatives are very important at providing them opportunities, opening the door for them to experience and achieve their potential.
Beautiful. Completely agree, Professor. Now, let's talk a little bit science. When you first imagined materials, molecule by molecule, did you ever think it will lead to drinking water from air desert? I mean, such a radical transformation, at least for me.
Very good question. When I set out to do research, I wanted to build materials like one would build Legos, or take molecules like building blocks and put them together to make different forms. And that was very, very exciting. And I did it, honestly, I did it because I love molecules, and I love the beauty of molecules. Their molecules is what attracted me to chemistry when I was 10 years old. I discovered drawings of molecules. We call them stick and ball diagrams. And I didn't know what they were at 10 years old, but certainly I figured out in future that these are molecules, and I became more and more interested in them, and I became deeper and went into the knowledge deeper and deeper. And finally, I had my independent position at Arizona State University back in 1992. And there I was free to exercise my ideas. And again, we wanted to implement the concept of building materials from molecular building blocks, and we succeeded. And that was an amazing moment. But once you build materials, and in this case, we have basically opened a gold mine where any molecule could be stitched together to make a new material. So the possibilities are almost endless. Now, it's not just beauty of what you've created, but also now we have to ask questions about what are they useful for. And that's when we embarked on applying the chemistry to taking water out of desert air to make drinking water, taking CO2 out of the air to clean the air, and many storing hydrogen into the pores to make clean energy. So all these things are a progression of the initial success that we've had in assembling materials from the molecular building block approach. And that's what the committee has cited for the development of metal organic frameworks.
Well, it is an amazing accomplishment indeed, Professor. Now, will MOFs one day allow entire cities to run on captured water and recycled air? I mean, is that science fiction or an engineering deadline, so to speak?
Well, it sounds like science fiction. In fact, there were movies made about trapping water from
Correct.
air. But the power of these materials is that they can make dreams come to reality. And this is the beauty of it. We have a startup called Atoko in the south of Los Angeles, in Irvine, that is already testing devices that would deliver 2,000 liters a day from trapping water out of the air and requiring very little energy. They also have another product that would deliver 850 liters a day of water, clean drinking water, using only ambient sunlight. No electricity, just no power input, just ambient sunlight. So this means that these products will be widely deployed in cities, villages, everywhere where there is a need for clean water. So this is not science fiction anymore. It is reality, and it's made so by metal organic frameworks.
Beautiful, beautiful. And we look forward to having that implemented in many, many other cities around the world, especially in countries of need. So, Professor, allow me to ask you this. Is there a discovery you dream of that science hasn't yet caught up with?
Well, yes, I dream a lot about the future. And you have, as the saying say, you have to have a dream for a dream to come true. And scientists in general, and especially me, I was taught by my father and then by my PhD mentor that you have to do something completely new, okay? Completely new as a scientist. And that's what we strive for. Yes, right now I have dreams, I have ideas on how we can take this chemistry to the next level, which is, could we design MOFs that operate like DNA, meaning that they have sequences of information that code for very specific properties. They could be carbon capture and conversion of carbon to useful materials. That could happen in just one material. That's what we're working on now. It's a big challenge. If we can solve it, then we would have completely changed further the way people think about making materials. So that's one direction. The other direction is that we have many ideas on how we can accelerate discovery using AI, using machine learning and large language models, AI tools that allow us to take things that we research for 2 to 3 years to achieve a result and reduce that time down to just weeks. We have already preliminary results that show that we can speed up the discovery of new materials so that we can achieve new materials that have very specific applications much quicker, 50-fold faster than what we have been doing. So the future is very bright, and we only scratch the surface. There's a lot more work to do. And we have many, many ideas about how these materials can be modified further and with the use of AI, completely transform the way material science and chemistry work. This is something that I might add is a significant part of my collaboration with KAXT in Saudi Arabia.
Amazing. I'm glad to hear that you have the support for that amazing vision that you have, Professor. Now, allow me to end with this. After winning this prize, what messages do you have to all the youth? I mean, you mentioned earlier how important this prize is for the youth, and especially the youth of Saudi Arabia, that you made this possible for every single child in Saudi Arabia to look up to having a Nobel one day in their lives. And not only in Saudi Arabia, but all the Arab children look up to you in that. So what are your messages to them?
Well, my message for Saudi Arabia is that you live in an amazing country that has tremendous resources and leadership that has the will to put those resources behind your education and behind the development of science and technology. This is a time in the history of science where it's never been better to do science. We have amazing equipment, amazing facilities that provide amazing opportunities for young people to engage in science. And as I mentioned with AI, this becomes even transformative to one's opportunities and for them to plug into solving societal challenges and developing technologies to make better standards of life for not just Saudis, but everyone in the region and the world. So my advice to them would be science allows you to get to the top the quickest. Okay, it just requires patience, and you have to do the experiment. If you do the experiment, you have the possibility to discover. And when you discover you could transform the world. So I think that my message is to do the experiment and to be bold and not afraid to try new things. So the experiment is paramount to discovery.
I agree. I think having the courage to experiment unknown things is absolutely the key to some amazing adventures and findings. Professor Omar Yaghi, congratulations again. The first Saudi scientist to get a Nobel Prize in chemistry. It's been an honor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your interest and for this wonderful interview.
The historic dawn of a new Middle East. Addressing the Israeli Knesset, US President Donald Trump hailed the end of an age of terror and death. The Israeli-Gaza conflict has been painfully polarising, both domestically and internationally. Amid the celebrations, we'll debate what's next. I'm Melinda Nucifora, and that debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints.
A raft of fresh economic data is pointing towards an improved outlook for the Saudi economy. Well, business confidence has improved for the second straight month, with companies expressing optimism about stronger demand, higher sales inquiries and new clients. Well, Saudi Arabia's industrial output is continuing to climb and is just over 7% year on year. And now the World Bank has increased its forecast for the kingdom's 2025 economic growth to 3.2%. That's up from a previous estimate. Well, economists say that amongst the factors underlying this upbeat outlook, increased domestic demand and improved rates of employment. Well, I'm joined now by Jamil Ahmed, who is the global markets commentator and chief analyst at GTC. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Jamil. Always a pleasure to see you. There are always new reports coming out and lots of fresh data about the health of the Saudi economy. Which ones are standing out for you at the moment? What's been the reaction, do you think?
So this week we had the latest PMI data, which was surveyed by the S&P Global, and actually showed that business conditions improved by the biggest amount in 6 months. The PMI, specifically for the non-oil private sector, they came out at a figure of 57.8. Just to give you some numbers here, any number above 50 is what separates growth from contraction. So if you go below 50, that actually shows contraction. But in Saudi Arabia's case, for this specific PMI, you've got growth well above 50, which continues to suggest that the economy is going strongly. There's been a lot of strong growth and upside expectations for 2025. And this number again shows the strongest increase in business conditions for 6 months.
Okay, and there's been another Saudi Arabian economic growth upgrade for 2026. And it comes from none other than the World Bank. Tell us a bit more about this one, Jamil.
Yes, so it's been a hat trick recently, to be honest with you, because you have the IMF, the OECD, and now the World Bank that have upgraded growth forecasts for Saudi Arabia over 2025. In the World Bank case, they now see growth at 3.2% for this year, up by their previous estimate of around 2.8% a couple of months ago. But what I think is particularly impressive from this reading is that they see increased growth for 2026 as well as the future years as well. And what they have stated is that growth for 2024 appeared to be somewhere around 2%. So in 2025, you've got growth of above 50% over the previous year. And again, that's only the start, because in 2026, you're expecting stronger growth somewhere above 4% as well.
Okay, so Saudi Arabia clearly outperforming various growth estimates that were made previously. And overall, do you think it's fair to say the outlook for the entire GCC region looks like it's on an upward trajectory?
It does, and in fact, there's a bit of a title that's starting to be developed here, that the GCC region appears to be the fastest growing and the strongest economy in the world. When you consider the global growth, it's somewhere around 3%, but you've got GCC growth that estimates around 4.5%. The leaders of the GCC region are both the economy of Saudi Arabia and the economy of the United Arab Emirates, where both are well above expectations for 2025. And I think there's a number of different initiatives that are supporting this, I would say, the upside, because you've got much stronger growth than expected at a time where the world economy has a number of different issues, from trade tensions to other elements of uncertainty. But I think what's also supporting this region is you've got the combination of a weaker dollar, which is supporting international tourists and international visitors to come to this region, because obviously our currencies are pegged to the dollar. And at the same time, you've got the GCC region actually was somewhat absent from those trade tariffs that have been unleashed from the Trump administration on dozens, if not close to 100 different economies worldwide.
Okay, so I mean, if the GCC is indeed branded as the fastest growing region in the world, I mean, that's quite an achievement, isn't it? That's quite a title. What factors are supporting that sentiment then?
We've just spoken about a weak US dollar. That's certainly supporting investment, because obviously if you're an international business that's trying to come into the region, then your investment's not going to be so expensive when you're converting that currency now, specifically if you've got euros or British pounds and so forth. Also, I think the lower interest rate policy, specifically in the United States, and the increased expectations of lower interest rates in the United States moving forward, that supports long-term investments, because the central banks in this region do follow the path of the US interest rate policy. I also look at some of the other investments that are taking place in the region. For example, tourism is being increased by international events. The United Arab Emirates, as well as Saudi Arabia, is certainly becoming somewhat of a hub of a number of different exhibitions worldwide. And I think all those factors combined are just supporting the region. But that seems to be a trend that's not only taking place in 2025, it seems to be the narrative that we think that we're going to follow up until the end of the 2030 vision in a couple of years from now.
Okay, just lastly, Jamil, we're very much now into Q4. How is the Tadawul Index beginning this quarter?
This quarter so far, the Tadawul Index is up about 1%. It's starting to really come back from earlier this year. I think that emerging market sentiment as a whole is also improving. Again, US interest rate expectations is always positive for emerging markets. When you have increased investments in economies and economic regions such as Saudi Arabia that continue to pick up, that's supported for the stock market sentiment as well. So I think that, again, over the remainder of the quarter, I do see the momentum there for the Tadawul to continue improving in sentiment and to continue increasing on that 1% we've seen at the end of the first full trading week of October as we do this interview.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Jamil Ahmed, Global Markets Commentator and Chief Analyst at GTC. Thanks again.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Dr. Al-Dadari, thank you so much for your time today. I wanted to start off by asking you about this week, an incredibly busy week. The focus is on the United Nations. How do you view the UN's role and its credibility at a time when there is a lot going on in the world?
This is the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. If we want to assess what the UN has done in the last 80 years, you will see that there would never be those vaccination campaigns around the world that saved millions of children from disease had it not been for the UN. We would not have seen hundreds of millions of voters casting their vote around the world if it not been for the UN and UNDP working on elections. I can speak about endless examples of why the UN is indispensable. We cannot think of a future without the UN. Now, we need to make sure the UN is relevant, it is efficient, it is optimizing its resources, and it is making sure that where we spend money, we see outcomes, not just implementation. And this is a big challenge. And the SG's progress report recently to the member states about UN 80 and what type of reforms is a great example of how serious we are as UN about these reforms and about living up to the expectations of we the people of the world.
I mean, there are incredible expectations on the UN. You spoke about that idea of the UN needing to be relevant. Critics will look at the UN and say it needs reforming. Do you think that those shortcomings overshadow the progress and the achievements that the UN achieves?
Yes, because what's visible of the UN vis-à-vis ordinary people are two things. Either the humanitarian support that they receive in times of crisis, and that's very visible. Either the development support that we provide for countries coming out of colonialism in the 50s and 60s and building their states and building their institutions, but also they see the Security Council, and they see sometimes the inability of the Security Council to convene around very important and crucial subject matters. So I think it does overshadow, unfortunately, it does overshadow the great achievements and the hard work. But that doesn't mean we should be complacent. We are working very hard to make sure every dollar spent, every taxpayer's dollar produces tangible results in development and in reducing pain around the world.
Focusing in on the Arab region, from the UNDP's point of view, what are some of the biggest challenges facing that region at the moment?
The region is going through an extraordinary juncture. First, look at the external context. Trade wars, climate, and the region is impacted by climate much more than other regions in the world because of drought, and temperature increases here twice as the global average. So climate has become a serious issue in the region. We are witnessing in the Levant today the worst drought in the last 70 years, which means Syrian refugees, if they come back to Syria, to their farmland, they will not find water to farm their land. So that's just a simple example of the challenges we are facing. But there are other issues, of course. Conflict. We have 30% of all conflicts in the world, even though we are only 5% of the world's population. And we have 30% of the total IDP population of the world, again, and we are only 5% of the world's population. Now, in this context, add to it the crisis and conflicts. We are surrounded by, and not only surrounded, we are within and inside these conflicts. But I would like to add internal aspects that we need to take care of. The region suffers from deteriorating productivity. Productivity in the Arab world today is half of what used to be in 1980. Our share of the global economy today is half of what it used to be in 1980. Despite all the trillions of dollars that we have received in oil revenue and other types of incomes. And therefore, if we don't focus on knowledge, if we don't focus on economic diversification, if we don't focus on the right governance that attracts our youth to work in these countries, I don't see how we can come out of this vicious circle we are going through. Productivity decreasing, poverty increasing, conflicts and tensions increasing. But at the same time, the region has some very exciting spotlights. And we can talk about the artificial intelligence hub that we are building in Morocco, in the UAE, in working with Egypt, working with Saudi Arabia. We can talk about the fantastic work we are doing in Tunisia on water resource management, what we call the water portfolio, and so on and so forth. So it is not just a grim picture. It's much more diverse than this.
Well, to dig into the AI initiative that you mentioned, how will that benefit people within the region?
It will benefit on different levels. First of all, it's very important for us to establish the laws and regulations and the economics and the financial aspects of AI in our world. Because the AI, if not taken advantage of and taken care of, it will increase the gap between developing countries and developed countries. Our determination here is to reduce this gap. So first of all is the AI infrastructure. And secondly is the AI applications. The region is desperate for using AI in water management. It is desperate for using AI to predict climate change to reduce the risks for farmers. Small farmers in the region don't have any insurance. And therefore we are building now a program to provide insurance for small farmers, relying on AI to determine the exact climate change risk the farmer will be facing, and so on and so forth, including the justice sector. With justice being slow, number of judges less than what our countries need, and the processes are not automated, it is causing a lot of frustration. So AI comes in to help solve some of those problems.
You spoke about those protracted conflicts in the region. It's not perhaps as grim as many of us see on television, but there are protracted conflicts. Oh, yes. How does that impact sustainable development efforts? And I guess what are the UN's priorities in trying to deal with those conflicts?
I mean, we know now that the impact of conflicts, specific and topical conflicts, don't stay within the borders of that particular country. We see how an impact, for example, of 12 days of fighting between Iran and Israel have caused a 0.5 percentage point loss in Egyptian GDP. So we are trying to understand exactly what is the meaning and the roots of each conflict and how do they interconnect with the rest of the region. Countries that thought they will never be touched by conflict, we see recently are being bombed. And therefore, it's time to think about our resilience to conflicts in an integrated and a regional manner. We have lost decades of human developments in these countries. In Syria, for example, we lost 40 years of human development. In Palestine, in Gaza, the model that we used to estimate the damage to human development, health, education, and economy, the model did not close. It became almost impossible to determine how much really we lost in human development in Gaza. So all these are decades of hard work and investments that's been wiped out, and we need now to replace, and we need to leapfrog, and we need to move very fast into the future. And that can only happen through regional cooperation. Not a single country alone can do this.
I want to speak about Syria, obviously a country close to your heart, I'm sure, as a Syrian. The UN has the green light to engage with the new government there. How is that engagement progressing? And in terms of development and aid objectives and goals, what is the UN prioritizing there?
You know, we have now two parallel tracks moving about when it comes to the UN working in Syria. The first one is that the government of Syria itself has been able to develop an aid coordination system led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that allows the UN system to say, well, here are the priorities, this is where we need to allocate resources based on national priorities determined by the government and conveyed to us through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In the first few weeks and months, this did not exist. So I'm happy to report that this system is now functioning, and that helped us a lot. But at the same time, we need to start developing a UN framework for Syria, the UN Sustainable Development Framework, and hopefully the new resident coordinator, who should be appointed soon, will be able to lead this exercise. For us as UNDP, we are the development agency of the UN. You may know that 70% of all UN development funding in the world is UNDP. So in the Arab region, we spend about $1 billion a year in grant to the Arab states. So we have been working very hard, first to identify development requirements for recovery in Syria, a country that needs to grow at more than 7% for every year for the next 10 years to reach a level of acceptable recovery, which requires massive investments across all sectors. So we've been focusing on identifying these priorities: institutional capacities, energy, agriculture, water, support to small and medium enterprises, reviving the banking sector. We've been working in all these areas. We have managed to mobilize around $200 million for this year, and we predict that we will be able to mobilize between $200 to $300 million every year for the next 3 years. Now, this is not the hundreds of billions of dollars investments that the country needs, but using that money smartly to catalyze and to leverage additional resources into investments, into institution building. Hopefully, we will see the impact of this work in the next 3 to 4 years.
I want to ask about Gaza. Obviously, the scenes on television are horrific. We know that there is famine. We know that there are huge humanitarian challenges. What's your assessment of the situation, and how best can the UN Development Programme help the people in Gaza?
Well, the situation is post-apocalyptic. I mean, to say the least, people who are on the ground, our team who are still on the ground and working, they describe things that you never see in movies. Nonetheless, Gaza lost its human development completely. As I said before, we can no longer measure how many decades of human development that place has lost. In addition to West Bank and East Jerusalem, by the way, there is a regression of at least 40 years in development there as well. So what have we been doing? First of all, I need you to know that UNDP has something called the Program of Assistance to the Palestinian People. It is created by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 1978, and UNDP is asked to run this program. We have invested more than $2 billion in the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. Everything in Gaza is wiped out, of course, including the desalination station and solid waste systems and all of that. What are we doing in Gaza today? We have a team that provides clean drinking water to 400,000 people. We have a team that provides management of solid waste. We have already moved more than 300,000 tons of solid waste and prevented the spread of diseases. We have recruited thousands of doctors and nurses. The people you see on TV in the hospitals are mostly UNDP contracted professionals. We are now hiring 700 Palestinian engineers to start preparing the detailed plans for urban rehabilitation. We have designed all the urban rehabilitation plans for neighborhoods. We call the neighborhood revival plans. We have mobilized $100 million to be ready on day one, because you don't want to enter Gaza if and when there is a ceasefire without any money. We managed to mobilize, and we are ready with a comprehensive plan for Gaza recovery and reconstruction. And hopefully, when there is a conference for reconstruction of Gaza, what UNDP did as part of the UN will be the document to support the Arab Islamic plan for Gaza reconstruction.
The Palestinian issue very much in the spotlight this week at the United Nations, a high-level summit, countries around the world recognizing the Palestinian state. I wanted to ask, what your reaction was to that, and do you feel that there is any benefit for the people in Gaza to see world powers coming here to New York to recognize the state?
There is no doubt that this is a very powerful symbolic move, and it will have definitely political consequences. It is the culmination of the struggle by the Palestinian people for their independence for the last 70 years. Now, for us looking at the situation, we have been analyzing what are the economics and institutional aspects of a Palestinian statehood. And simple conclusion is, without full control and sovereignty over natural resources, customs, taxes, transportation, and airspace of the Palestinian state, the Palestinian statehood will remain mostly symbolic. And we did our modeling work and our econometric work, and clearly says there is no recovery for Palestine or Gaza if that situation doesn't change, which means the Paris Accords of 1994 are not changed to adapt to actual statehood and independence.
I wanted to zoom in on Sudan. I believe the figure from the UN is that Sudan lost 25% of its GDP in a single year of conflict. What comes next? How can the UN help those communities that are dealing with that situation, ongoing conflict, displaced communities, and a huge loss of GDP?
I hope I don't sound controversial. Sudan is not and should not be a humanitarian case only. Sudan is a perfect example of what we call in the UN jargon the humanitarian development peace nexus. Focusing only on humanitarian assistance, which is extremely important and vital and an honorable exercise, is not sufficient. Believe it or not, in areas where we continue to operate in Sudan, in 6 out of 14 offices across the country we used to have, agricultural production increased. The number of small and medium enterprises have increased. The activities of these SMEs have been expanding. We are providing now microfinance and small loans to these SMEs. And we did a survey of these SMEs, and 60% of them are very optimistic about the future. So we need to make sure that, yes, while we are working on providing humanitarian assistance, we also need to make sure development continues and we don't lose all the development gains of the past. UNDP today is an essential part of whatever remains of the Sudanese health system. And now when the government went back to Khartoum, we went back with it, and now we are leading a group of assessing what are the damages to infrastructures, facilities, universities, hospital, clinics, and the damage is enormous. So we need to combine the efforts for peace with the humanitarian assistance, which is extremely important. People are starving, with maintaining a development approach to all of this.
Dr. Al-Dadari, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
The historic dawn of a new Middle East. Addressing the Israeli Knesset, US President Donald Trump hailed the end of an age of terror and death. The Gaza-Israeli conflict has been painfully polarising, both domestically and internationally. Amid the celebrations, we'll debate what's next. I'm Melinda Nucifora, and you're watching Counterpoints. Regardless of your ethnicity, your political views, or your religion, it's hard to remain unmoved by these scenes. Not only because of the joy, the pain, and the relief these communities on both sides must feel, but also for what it represents more broadly.
This is not
only the end of a war. This is the end of the age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God.
A proposal that ends the war by achieving all our objectives. A proposal that opens the door to an historic expansion of peace in our region and beyond our region.
So is the war over? For this to be a lasting peace, Hamas needs to agree to lay down its weapons. By the end of last week, Hamas officials were still refusing to disarm or accept foreign intervention in Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu won't be in Egypt for discussions on how to implement phase 2 of the deal. And domestically, it seems many still question his role in phase 1.
To Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu,
So on this episode, we'll ask, is the war over for good this time? How much credit does Prime Minister Netanyahu deserve for Monday's breakthroughs? And in the wake of post-ceasefire violence in Gaza, is an international force the only way to avoid a power vacuum? Joining us for this debate is Baria Alamuddin, an award-winning journalist, broadcaster and author. Shiri Fine-Grossman, CEO of the Israel-Africa Relations Institute and former head of regional affairs at Israel's National Security Council, is here with us. And Kaivan Shroff is rounding out our panel, a democratic strategist, non-profit advisor and attorney. Welcome to Counterpoints, one and all. Well, Monday has been an emotional day in Israel and in the West Bank. Such amazing scenes of celebrations, but also heartbreaking reminders of those who've died during this fighting. It gives you goosebumps, really, some of those visuals. After 2 long and painful years, it has overall been a defining day of hope. And that's important, no doubt, but enduring peace, reconciliation and justice can't be forged with hope alone. Shiri, is the war over? Is this, as President Trump has said, the dawn of a new Middle East?
Well, certainly hope so. First of all, yes, it's been a very emotional day, having people kidnapped from their homes on that dreadful day of Hamas's October 7 onslaught. Exactly 2 years tomorrow at 6:29 a.m. People slaughtered in a music festival, a father taken from his home, a few fathers actually, and also soldiers fighting to protect those villages. Look, there are few conditions to end the war. The living hostages is one, but we were supposed to get back all the deceased hostages as well. There's 28 in total. 4 of them are not even Israeli. One is Thai, one from Tanzania, and some others. And unfortunately, as we speak, we have only received 4 coffins of deceased hostages. So in Israel's view, this is a very clear and fundamental violation of the agreement, and it puts many of the peace efforts at stake. And I think
Do you think it's a bad sign for a lasting and enduring peace, Shiri?
Sorry?
Is it a bad sign then for a lasting and enduring peace if on day one it hasn't gone as it was supposed to?
Well, not only that, it's not only that we only got 4 hostages back. I just witnessed a horrific video in Gaza of Hamas executing 4, if not 5 Palestinians in a raging crowd, roaring, cheering. And this, I think, it tells us who we are dealing with. And this, I think people should understand around the world, why are we so worried? Why are we so, fixating on ending this war and having peace only when Hamas is not in power anymore, and for the sake of both Israelis and Palestinians.
We are going to come specifically to Hamas, what their role can be, should be, won't be in these day after plans. So we might just park that issue just for the moment and we'll circle back to it. Baria, let me bring you in here. How do you see this? Is this the dawn of a new Middle East? Is the war over, or is this just another pause?
First, thank you very much for asking me to come on your program. And I must first congratulate the families that have received their loved one back. I can only imagine how painful this is. But I'm also thinking of the people of Gaza, where we have whole families perishing from life, whole families, and more than 80,000 dead and whole destruction. You see, we say, I come from Lebanon, and we think of war as just those people who die. It's actually not. It's those people who are left behind with severe wounds, psychological and otherwise. Also, those loved ones that have lost their loved ones. And again, those living with no future whatsoever. So we have to think of war. I can tell you, people of the area, I'm sure the Israelis as well as the Arabs as well as the Palestinians are extremely tired of war. They want a life full of happiness, of dance, of joy, of beauty. They want development in their countries instead of buying arms. You want to buy flowers. All this is, I hope, not wishful thinking. I am hopeful, but I'm also realistic. It takes people on all sides to believe in peace, to realize that we can go on killing people can go on killing each other forever and ever and ever. What they're actually doing is sowing hatred and misunderstanding and ever-ending conflict.
Do you see what President Trump has done here? Sorry to interrupt. Do you see what President Trump has done here as a break from that? Is this a circuit breaker? Do you see this setting the stage for anything different that you haven't witnessed in the region before, to give you perhaps more hope than you have in the past, or not?
Well, we know that President Trump does things differently than other presidents, and of course he's not conventional. I congratulate him on his efforts, and I again say, let's hope this is a first step. I'm only worried that he will have his eyes on other conflicts, and there are many in the world, including Ukraine. We know he's seeing Zelensky on Friday, but he can still give it time and give it effort, hopefully. It was very impressive what he has assembled. It was very impressive the way he was received both in Israel and in Egypt. But, one has always also to understand that to make peace, it's not to sign papers with heads of states. This is not peace. Peace you make with people of the area. Both the Israelis and Arabs, Palestinians, need to believe that there should be peace. We know that there is peace between Egypt, for example, and Israel for more than 30, 40 years. We don't see love affairs going between the two nations and the two peoples. So let's hope this will be different, and let's hope that we have all learned from this war, and let's hope that we need this. You see, the area needs this. It's only going backward. And as I said, there is space for everyone, but we have to have, it's a problem because both sides on the equation, we don't have a lot of confidence in them. I don't have a lot of confidence in Hamas, but do I have confidence in Netanyahu's government? No. But let's hope they will change. I think that Hamas is very, very much weakened.
Shiri, I'm going to bring you in on a point that Baria has just made there in just a moment, but before that I'm going to bring Kaivan in. What's your take on this? Looking at it from the US lens, watching the president there signing those papers with a flourish in Egypt, standing to that ovation in the Knesset. Is that peace? Has enough been done, as what Baria said, to make peace with the people as opposed to with the pieces of paper and the ceremony?
Well, I think Baria makes a great point, which is this is really the beginning of the effort to have a lasting peace. And we'll see where it goes because, you know, from the domestic perspective, it is a moment where I think we're seeing bipartisan praise of President Trump for, frankly, taking a different tactic than the Biden administration did with Netanyahu. Now, was Netanyahu open to working with the Biden administration? I think that might be up for debate. But still, at the same time, you know, I've seen so many Democrats trying to be bipartisan, trying to praise Trump, and he has that habit of always kind of spoiling the moment. So immediately he's there interfering and trying to get a pardon for Netanyahu based unrelated to any of this stuff about his fraud and corruption charges. Immediately he's there praising dictator Sisi, and from international land attacking our domestic governor. So that's pretty shocking to see from a United States president and really sort of bungles, I think, the messaging and the moment for President Trump. And then on top of that, there are so many huge domestic issues happening on the ground right now, including 10 million people planning to show up to oppose Trump next weekend in a demonstration and peaceful protests here.
So, Sherry, do you think that that could be a distraction from President Trump remaining focused on ensuring that this deal goes beyond the paper to the people? As, again, if I can bring in that point that Baria made, is enough done by the politicians at this point to ensure that this is not just a big ceremony, that this is actually enduring?
Well, first of all, I'll join Baria in saying that we are very thankful for President Trump's effort and his entire team. I think Israel has shown a lot of love for President Trump while he was here, and we feel very, very grateful. I'm kind of very I'm not at ease at this conversation when we compare both sides, like Hamas and Israel are the same, like this is the parallel that we're supposed to do. We need to start with what's the problem. The problem is the problem is that October 7 happened 2 years ago with an attack that was unprovoked. We had a peaceful, kind of relatively peaceful time a few years before that. We had the Abraham Accords that I was very lucky to be a part of that team, to assemble it. I saw peace within my own eyes. And yes, it's for the people. But unless, and this is, I think, for me, the biggest heartbreak after October 7, and I speak for many Israelis that used to believe in the two-state solutions, is that after October 7, we didn't see a condemnation for most Palestinians in the world, neither in the West Bank nor in West civilization. Like, it's okay. Like, you know, just slaughtering Jews, innocent Jews is okay.
And
but
just to apologies for interrupting you there, Shiri.
The ceasefire when the onslaught was still in place.
Mm-hmm.
So
just to focus back on
until we fight together against Hamas, I don't see this being peaceful.
I take your point on board there, but just to remain focused on the topic at hand, which is what's happening in present and in the future, do you think that there is enough in place with what has been signed today to make the future stable and peaceful? Are you feeling confident that President Trump will remain focused on this and not be on to the next conflict that he will try and intervene in?
Like Baria said, I don't think it's up to President Trump. Now it's up to the mediators. Now we have a situation where we view as there is a grave breach of the agreement. And now we have the Turkish president, the Qatari emir. They put their word, they gave their word that our hostages will come back. And now we don't have that. So if we continue from here, I think Hamas needs to respect the leaders that were behind this agreement, the Egyptian president, the UAE president, everybody, and you know, hold up to their word that 28 of the hostages will come back. They were supposed to come back this afternoon, and they're not.
Okay, I'll give you a chance to respond to what Shiri was saying. Baria, go ahead.
I see what my colleagues there are saying, but I assure you it takes two to tango. You can't tango alone, meaning President Sisi and the Qatari Emir and Erdogan cannot do this alone. We know that we need a very reliable partner in the Israeli administration and government to deliver peace. We all, I and many other heads of states in the Arab world and many other Arabs condemned the 7th of October attacks. You see, human rights are not for one people and the other. Human rights are universal. We all need to live in peace and prosperity. We all need to eat. We all need to stop killing. This is an area that has suffered for a long. I lived all my life in Lebanon with this, and we have we had a country that was the pearl of the world, and we have a country that's impoverished and that is hardly functioning. So enough, really enough. And talking about the past and blaming this and blaming that is not going to take anybody anywhere. We need to work together. We need to believe in our mission. I know many of my friends who are Jewish, who are not happy about what's going on. The killing, the number of people, the number of women, children, men that have died on both sides. More than 500 soldiers from the Israeli army who have mothers, sisters, wives that have died. Many others have been wounded. Many committed suicide. Many are wounded. For what? At the end of the day, we have to sit back on this table and we have to make a common ground and move. And to do that, we have to do sides of the equation. Hamas is greatly wounded, is greatly out of the place, and I do believe Hamas will not. You see, you need to give them space for the Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza to be able to bring new leadership. But if they cannot do it, they cannot practice their democratic rights, then you cannot blame them.
We're going to come, as I said, onto Hamas specifically in a later segment. But Kaivan, I just want your thoughts on what we've been discussing there before we move it on to focusing on Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah, I think, Barry makes a good point that we don't want Donald Trump to go around the world now trying to recreate this interference in global affairs. It is for people in the region to manage this and decide this, and of course, ideally have their own self-determination, a democratic process, and that type of leadership. In fact, it's exactly the opposite of what Donald Trump campaigned on, to go around the world and play sort of this interfering game. So happy to see that he was able to have some benefit here by this resolution, the release of hostages. At the same time, I don't think, Netanyahu is a credible leader. He hasn't been honest in this process. There's a lot of evidence that, he avoided a deal for as long as possible, even to this moment where Trump essentially gave him an ultimatum that he finally did take. So not the leader for the moment, absolutely. And I think part of not looking at the past is new leadership.
All right, well, picking up on what you've said there, Kaivan, let me move on to our second segment, second chapter of our debate, which is focusing on the role of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has faced a lot of criticism throughout the war, domestically and internationally, from security lapses that allowed October 7 to happen in the first place, to accusations that he favoured prolonged conflicts over hostage negotiations. However, he does have at least one very high-profile fan. Take a listen to this from President Trump in the Knesset on Monday.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, baby, please stand up. And he is not easy, I want to tell you. He's not the easiest guy to deal with, but that's what makes him great.
Shiri, how much credit does Prime Minister Netanyahu deserve for the events we saw on Monday?
Well, look, today is a day where we try to be united, as a moment where we experience a lot of joy and a lot of pain. And Prime Minister Netanyahu, like many other leaders in Western countries, like your country that you're speaking from, is liked by a lot of people, and he's hated by a lot of people. It's controversial. And if I go around each country, I would probably see the same.
Indeed.
And, you know, yes, there was a lot of criticism. I think that right now we're standing where we have a good deal, where the IDF is still in a lot of much of Gaza's territory in the cross borders, because there is a lack of trust that the Hamas will bring back the hostages.
But do you think that the credit goes to Netanyahu, or does it go to President Trump? I mean, but how much of this does Netanyahu have to sort of be proud about and sell to his domestic audience now?
So I think at the end of the day, he has things to sell, and he has things that he needs to, you know, to answer for. I think it goes a little bit both ways, and it really depends what position you're looking at. But again, you know, Baria just said that we don't want to look into the past, we want to look into the future. But again, we still don't have the hostages. And I just saw a video of Hamas executing Palestinians. And again, if we want Israelis to feel safe, that they want peace, that they want the two-state solution, and we still are forced to live with this monster while the whole Arab world stays silent about Hamas killing its own people, then how can we move on? How can we expect Israelis? I'm still in the Middle East. I'm still tucking my kids at night. We go to shelters every day from sirens and rockets, and a few years from now they'll have to maybe fight in the army. I want a different future for my kids. I want a different future for the Palestinian children. I ache for every Palestinian child that is forced to live in this reality. But where are the Palestinian mothers on the other side to say, Khalas, enough with the killing?
Okay.
I will be side by side in Israel, and I want a better life for my kids more than I want to kill the other side. And I just feel there's so many Palestinians that are still not there, and I ache for it.
Okay. Baria, I can see you sort of nodding your head there. Do you want to make a quick comment, and then I'm going to move it on to Kaivan?
Yes, I'm happy to say that, of course, I feel for every human anywhere in the world that has to go to a shelter, fearing for their lives or their children's lives. But on the other hand, I cannot but say others didn't even have a shelter, and the whole families perished, as I said. So we need to stop thinking about that and move towards peace. Palestinian mothers and Israeli mothers, sisters, wives, men, everybody. Honestly, I live in London, running away from the war in Lebanon. I moved to London in 1982 because Israel invaded my country, Lebanon, and they arrived to Beirut. Am I happy about that? I'm very grateful to England for receiving me and my children and giving me this the space and the freedom to talk and also to live in peace. But let us stop the cycle and realize things forever what they are. Pain is the same. The Israeli mother and the Palestinian mother would feel the same. Today, the Israeli army would not even allow the Palestinians to go and meet their loved ones coming out of captivity and to cheer them. They told them, you're not allowed to show happiness. Is this human? This is not human. We should really go back to the basics, and we should know who we are electing. Netanyahu and his government have not delivered peace or security to Israel. It's going to take many, many years for people of the area to come to terms what happened, all the killing and the hatred in the last 2 years, to come to terms and to start again from before, when we had peace between Bahrain and Israel, between the Emirates and Israel. We were hopeful. We were starting to feel hope. This hope is not here today, I'm afraid.
To focus us back on the actual peace deal in itself, Kaivan, let me ask you to turn our attention back onto that topic. How much credit do you think Netanyahu deserves? Was he on the front foot here, or does it look like the US president backed him into a corner? Is this a Trump bulldozer, or is this Netanyahu being proactive?
Certainly the latter. From everything that's been reported, Netanyahu really didn't want to take a deal and was pushed into a corner, as you say. I do want to just jump in, though, and correct that it's not accurate that no Palestinians in the West condemned the October 7th attack, especially in the United States. There were many prominent voices that were very clear how wrong that was. And secondly, to say that you haven't seen Palestinian mothers, showing the same empathy, first of all, media was kept out of the region, and as Baria just pointed out, it's a heavily controlled narrative and dynamic. So I don't think that's a fair criticism. And I think while we're extending compassion to both sides and talking about human rights belonging to everyone, we have to not play those sort of games, because that really does drag us back into a negative dynamic. And it's the sort of rhetoric that really incites division at a time when we need to try to come together.
Mm-hmm. Shiri, your response to that, and also let me ask you this with regards to the summit. Do you think it was right that Prime Minister Netanyahu didn't attend the summit, or do you think that he should have been there?
First of all, there were few I didn't say all Palestinians didn't condemn the October 7th attack. I said there were very few. And I can tell you, I have many friends that were peace activists before October 7, and their disappointment from the West Bank Palestinians is why we're here today, where majority of Israelis don't believe in the two-state solution anymore. And I think instead of bouncing it back to me, we should take accountability. And in this conversation, I barely heard, I already mentioned like 3 or 4 times that there were executions of Palestinians today in Gaza, but no, I didn't
and I did raise, we are going to come to those issues later on in our debate, so we will circle back to that.
To any past, I'm drawing to the present, and the first thing to get to a solution is to recognize the problem. The problem is the Palestinians have a genocidal entity that it's controlling the Gaza Strip, and it's called Hamas. It's a terrorist organization in every level, in every definition by the US, by UK, and others. And why can't we just say that?
And just to interrupt you for again, Shiri, we are going to come to Hamas specifically.
It's really easy. Hamas doesn't have support in the Arab street or in Gaza, or we know that. Everybody is saying
I don't know that. I see
surveys
surveys I see surveys that says otherwise. I see surveys that says if the election goes on tomorrow in the West Bank, Hamas wins, and that's very alarming. That's very concerning, and that's the reality. And we can't.
Who's doing those surveys?
This is the life that I need to live here.
As I said,
I understand your fears, but honestly, from what we know, is there is nobody that supports Hamas. And Hamas, we know what's happening
that's just not true.
In Gaza. It's a lawless place.
That's not true.
There is no government. There is no, and Hamas is easily, hopefully, will be, they will take away the arms of Hamas, and the Palestinian people in Gaza and everywhere will be able to live normal life and elect new people.
It was also signed by the Arab countries that they all signed a statement saying that they called on Hamas to disarm and to not be part of the governance. So that was a very wide-reaching statement from a collective of Arab nations. So there is very widespread condemnation of Hamas there. But like I said, we're coming to Hamas in a little while. Let me go back to you, Kaivan, and ask you, do you think Prime Minister Netanyahu should have been at these talks in Sharm el-Sheikh? Can we be talking about a peaceful future if we don't have all the parties at the table?
Absolutely not. I think, Netanyahu is a war criminal. There's a warrant out for his arrest from the ICC. I think it would be incredibly distracting and disruptive to have him there. It would absolutely, again, I think, take us back when people need to move forward. And I don't see Netanyahu being a leader in any of that. In fact, I think, if anything, we need to see some sort of international accountability here for people that committed war crimes.
And again, I should say, just to intervene, that they are accusations. He has not been charged or convicted or even tried on any of those matters at present. So just to ensure that we are fair and balanced on that. He hasn't...
Can I just tell you something? I think the whole world knows that this agreement came not because Netanyahu went and begged Trump to do it. It was Trump who actually had to really press Netanyahu to come to the table. This is not a Netanyahu idea or Ben Gvir idea or Smotrich idea. This is Mr. Trump, the President Trump. And that's why the whole world is thanking President Trump. And that's why you didn't see Netanyahu there, because it has been reported that Erdogan said, if Netanyahu comes to Sharm el-Sheikh, I'm going to turn back my plane and go back to Ankara. And these are people who have even diplomatic, relations. So you should understand, I think, quite a lot from there.
This is the same Erdogan.
But I just want to also add that there is a warrant out for Netanyahu.
Does not have a right
he hasn't
to exist,
engaged
and
the
is not legitimate country.
Sherry, go ahead, because I think it's an interesting point. I mean, if Erdogan says, I'm going to turn around and not participate, that's also not really in the spirit of open dialogue, is it?
Exactly. Yes, it's all a facade. If you want, I mean, I'm again thankful for Trump. I don't think anyone can force Netanyahu to take a deal he doesn't want. At the end of the day, he got a deal that he wanted to sign, and nobody forced him to sign up. Nobody can do that. But he got the terms and conditions that he wanted, and it passed within the cabinet legally, because we have the rule of law in our country, the only democracy in the Middle East. And yes, if we want peace, yes, Israel should be assigned. Is the Prime Minister Netanyahu our leader? He's our elected leader, unlike Abbas, who is not an elected leader. I'm sorry to say.
Yes, he is an elected leader.
So let's just balance the scale here. And Erdogan is blatantly calling for the destruction of Israel and doing it. I was asked a question, so let me finish. Erdogan is publicly saying that he wants to that Israel is not a legitimate country. It shouldn't exist. It should be wiped out, and he supports Hamas. And I
don't think President Erdogan has said Israel should be wiped out. They are a guarantor country to this deal.
1 second, I can't hear you. I'm saying it's on them, on Qatar, on Turkey, to prove how serious they are by Hamas taking down their arms. I think today was very worrying. I don't know, you're not speaking about this, but we saw images all over Gaza of Hamas people with rifles.
And again, as I said, we're coming to that discussion. So, Sherry, just a moment. As I said, we are talking about it. We're going to come to that very shortly. We have lots of topics we need to cover before we get there. Baria, let me bring in you in. You want to say something?
I'm going back, but it's the root cause of everything, so...
No, I'm just saying that, when we do statements that are not true, they have to be said that they're not true. President Mahmoud Abbas was elected by the people of Palestine in the West Bank. That's long time ago. Why is it long time ago? They've been trying to make election, but Israel didn't allow them. Same way in Gaza. They did not allow them. Anytime there is listen, my friend, I really, my only interest in this is to have peace and to work for peace and to bring peace to this area that we all love. And there is space for everyone to live. But if we keep on killing each other and state things about each other that makes us even hate each other more, it's not going to happen. Mr. Netanyahu is known to be whoever he is. There is no need even to explain what happened with Netanyahu. There's no need to explain with this Israeli government. It's all facts. The only thing you have to do is read it and point it out. So let's hope that now there is a change of thinking, a change of maybe goals for Netanyahu and his government, and maybe they will be serious about this ceasefire. I mean, look at us talking about peace. Let's only hope at least this ceasefire will hold, and our friend in Jerusalem or Tel Aviv, wherever Sherry is living, will have peaceful nights. She doesn't have to run with her children for safety. Mm-hmm. But there has to be intent of peace and working towards peace for peace to happen.
Okay, Kaivan, I know we're going to lose you in just a moment. So before we let you go and continue on with the rest of our panellists, just give me your thoughts on not seeing Netanyahu there in Sharm el-Sheikh. And I'm going to throw our next question to you as well with regard to a power vacuum in Gaza, as we've heard Shiri raising during this debate, this idea that perhaps now there is a power vacuum. Do we need international forces? How do we stop the destruction on one hand coming from the Israeli-Gaza conflict, now coming from within Gaza itself? What's the issue there? What's the answer?
Yes, I think, the international community should be there to support and make sure that democratic elections are held when there is this leadership vacuum. At the same time, getting back to Netanyahu, I do want to just point out that that he hasn't been adjudicated to be a war criminal, but that is because the ICC has issued warrants for his arrest, and he's avoiding that arrest. So he hasn't engaged the legal process at all to be either exonerated or convicted. So it's not really a justification or, clarifying without that important context.
Thank you for that, Kaivan. I know that you have another engagement. We will let you go. Thank you for being here on Counterpoints. Shiri and Baria, stay with us. But first of all, just a thank you to Kaivan Shroff, Democrat strategist, non-profit advisor and attorney, joining us there on Counterpoints. But we still have Shiri Fine-Grossman and Baria Alamuddin with us. So we're going to continue on with this Hamas-focused segment before we wrap up, because if this deal is really going to be a new dawn for the Middle East, it needs to do what the previous deals failed to, and that's move from phase 1 to phase 2 and then beyond. Hamas reportedly remains opposed to disarming, and already internal fighting has erupted across Gaza. There are reports of at least 30 people having been killed or executed in fighting or in executions between Hamas and other armed groups. So, Shiri, I know this is a topic you have been wanting to raise. Is this a power vacuum, a dangerous power vacuum, already developing in Gaza?
Well, yes, I've said that a few times in this interview, and I do believe there is a big problem of what kind of international force would actually go and fight Hamas. Israelis don't see that happening, but you're welcome to try. I just don't think any country would send its own soldiers to fight with Hamas, and that's the issue, and that's why there's Israel Defense Forces. I just want to say on Netanyahu, look, I've been a critic of this government. I'm not a Netanyahu defender, but having said that, he stood at the podium at the Knesset today and reached his arm to peace. It's clear that he does want, we all want peace in Israel. We all want that. But we also want to acknowledge the fact that what's going on when they speak in Arabic, most of the Palestinians, or many Palestinians, we're seeing videos here. Now it's all reachable to anybody. We're seeing what's going on in Al Jazeera. I mean, we're being called the army of occupation. Even if we are in Tel Aviv, we're still occupying. I mean, even the 1948 borders are occupation. If the borders of 1948, I mean, South Africa has a campaign, the ANC and Gift of the Givers, that there is a genocide going on from 1948. Mm-hmm. So if there's a genocide going on from 1948, and I don't have even an excuse, there's no legitimacy in Israel's existence. And we're seeing that in many places in the world, and of course in Palestinian territories. And for me, that's the root thing here. It's all the Arab world going forcibly, and in Al Jazeera, and in media, and in socials, against Hamas, saying enough is enough. October 7 was a huge crime, and we need to move away from it. And the way, look, there's no one. I just want to say one person from Gaza, one civilian child or mother or doctor wasn't allowed into the tunnels of Hamas to defend itself from Israel's rockets, and that was his systematic way of fighting. where he didn't let any civilians to go to shelter. He spent billions of dollars in 500 kilometers of tunnels, and then didn't let any civilian go in to hide allegedly from the bombing. Only his soldiers, murderous soldiers. And yes, a lot of people died because of the way Hamas is conducting a war.
Sure, and I mean, we're certainly not here to be...
Until the Palestinian as a whole, as everybody, will say enough of this, enough of Hamas abusing our people.
Okay, and yeah, we're not here to be defending Hamas, and I should also say we're also not here to cast aspersions on our other media outlets. So we're not Al Jazeera, and they're not here to defend themselves, so we'll leave that criticism to one side. But Baria, let me ask you with regards to this, the troubling news we're seeing out of Gaza, this power vacuum already on day one. Do you think an international force is needed, and do you think that that's acceptable to the Palestinian people? We have heard reports out of Gaza that they aren't happy to have international forces forced over them once again.
Well, my information is that there's going to be 20,000 forces from Arab countries and others. I think the American 200 soldiers will be in the periphery of Gaza. This is a lawless place. This is a gang's place. There is one gang that have been even allowed to be established by the Israeli army and sell goods. So we all know these facts. So what are we kidding? After 2 years of war, what are we expecting? A full law? I'm not, again, defending Hamas. I'm no supporter of Hamas. 7th of October was a heinous crime in every way. Some ministers in the government called Arabs and Palestinians cockroaches. So this doesn't help. All these languages on any side. It is not, and we know that Israeli soldiers on purpose killed journalists and also damaged and destroyed hospitals. Let's not go into this. It doesn't help. It doesn't benefit us in any way. I hope
Hamas was hiding there, and there were Hamas operatives proven to be alleged journalists.
Just let Barry
It's okay.
There's no purposely bombing hospitals. No, but it's not.
There is international law, and I hope law will benefit all of humanity, not only Israelis and Palestinians, but all of humanity. We should have international law being everywhere in the land, wherever there is democracy and there is security, and when there is justice. We should allow the law to find out who was wrong and who was right. I can't do it, you can't do it, let's wait. However, Hamas is lawless. Nobody supports Hamas. Hamas has been condemned by everybody as a terrorist organization that nobody wants to work with. Erdogan doesn't want to work with them. The Qataris were told by Israel and by United States to house them and and the money was given to them through Netanyahu's government over the years. So let's not go there. Now we are where we are. We should get rid of Hamas's arms, and they should have no role in ruling in Gaza. The Gazan people deserve a much better Palestinian entity to help them, and they need to rebuild. Can you imagine? We're coming to a winter now. Sherry can go with her children and hide. But where will these people hide from the rain and from the cold? So we have to think, you have 2 million people, more than 2 million people. So let's hope Mr. Netanyahu suddenly has a change of mind. He loves peace, and Mr. Trump will stay focused, and the Arab countries as well, and the international community. It's the only way we can. We're still at the very, very early steps. We should pray, and we should wish that all this will happen for the sake of everybody in the area, including us Lebanese. I hope that we will find also peace in the area. We can all live together, and we don't have to have Israel hit my country every single day, and we don't have Iran interfering in my country. So this is the way. Countries should be allowed to live in peace and security. They should be.
I can see you nodding your head there, Shiri. We're almost out of time, so just a very quick final word from you there. Perhaps a semblance of agreement?
Look, I want peace as much as everybody, and I especially want it for the Palestinian people. I think if I see really Turkey, for instance, designating Hamas, outlawing it, I think it would be a great step if Saudi Arabia does that. More countries, it's already outlawed in some countries, both Hezbollah, both Hamas, Turkey as well, and other countries, like I mentioned, South Africa and others. So if we see that, then I think it's a good sign of realizing what can be done here. And I promise you that when Israelis feel secure, and there would be great, tremendous opportunities for peace. We're a peaceful nation. We want to live side by side. We always compromise. Since 48, we took the partition plan. Even in 36, we took the Peel plan. We took every plan. We said yes, and then we had war raged against us by Arab countries. We are the people that most want this to end.
Sorry, can I just say something?
But it starts with recognizing the problem as well.
All right.
Sorry, by the way, there was no any war waged by Arab countries. And by the way, the ones we have not talked about in this.
When we mean October 7 or 48 or 67 or 73. Which
it's okay. I'm not going to go there. It's fine.
Yeah, we don't have time to go way back into history.
Can I just say, we have to acknowledge also the role the Arab countries have played in all this. The Saudi foreign minister spent more time trying to bring peace in the Middle East than on any other subject. So did Qatar, so did Bahrain in their own way, so did Mohammed bin Zayed and the Emiratis, so did other Indonesia, so did other countries. This is what it deserves. When we want to stop the killing, when we want to search for peace, everybody should join. The West, the East, the North, the South. Everybody should join. It's worth it.
Indeed.
It's a beautiful area, and we should work for peace there.
Indeed. Ladies,
I think the entire world should support the peace plan, definitely.
Well, hopefully we are taking a step in that direction. We really appreciate your time, but unfortunately we are out of time, so we will have to leave it there. Baria Alamuddin, award-winning journalist, broadcaster and author, thank you for your time. Shiri Fain Grossman, CEO of the Israel-Africa Relations Institute, thank you so much for being on with us. And, of course, a reminder to our audience, we also had Kaivan Shroff joining us, Democratic strategist. He had to leave earlier, but we appreciate your diverse opinions here on Counterpoints. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
And as always to you, our audience, thanks for being with us on this episode. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
At the recent Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit in Tianjin, Russia and China advanced the Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline, signing a key memorandum between Gazprom and CNPC. The project, routed through Mongolia, is designed to supply 50 BCM a year nearly the same volume once set to Germany via Nord Stream 1. For Russia, this is a strategic reorientation of gas exports away from Europe towards Asia post the Ukraine war. For China, Power of Siberia 2 strengthens long-term energy security by diversifying pipeline imports alongside LNG. However, critical commercial details remain open. Until those are resolved, the pipeline's geopolitical significance might outweigh its immediate commercial reality. With me to discuss the strategic and market ramifications of this new pipeline is Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Tatiana, thank you for coming on the show. And let's begin with this. China is one of the two biggest LNG importers in the world this decade and is forecast to lead LNG demand growth in the years to come as it switches from coal to gas. Although gas will not flow in the Power of Siberia before the 2030 at least, how can it change the game for the global LNG markets, particularly for US LNG projects waiting for final investment decisions?
Thank you, Nasser, and thank you for inviting me and for a great question. Indeed, a Power of Siberia 2, even without real contract signed, starts already to change the global LNG market game and all the perceptions of the market players, first of all. Just a little bit of historical perspective. We are now approaching to the third large LNG wave of new projects. The first wave was like 100 BCM. The second wave was 200 BCM. The third wave is 350. So the market is already preparing to a huge gas glut. The prices are supposed to go down to the benefit of the customers, but the competition will be really fierce. And in this very situation, when suddenly the market learns that probably post-2030 there will be additional 50 BCM of pipeline gas from Russia to China to the key growth area, this means that probably certain projects that are now approaching FID will not see the future. They will not become bankable because banks are also investigating the market realities, assessing supply-demand balance, and they will see that it will be extremely difficult to get their money back. So certain projects in the US, first of all, might be put on hold, but also the others struggling to attract financing and to proceed, like in Mozambique, for example. For them, it's really bad news, though, as you've mentioned at the very beginning, there is no real deal at the moment. It's just expectations, but you know how the expectations can affect markets.
Of course, Tatiana, the memorandum, although said to be binding, lacks any details, which means further negotiations are forthcoming. What are the contract parameters that you would be looking for, and who or which party you think has the upper hand on each of those factors?
Well, a short spoiler, China has.
Absolutely.
Obviously, everywhere. Russia desperately needs this project, first of all, for the geopolitical reasons, but also to somehow monetize gas, which became stranded after real termination of relationship with the European countries. So this memorandum, it has the volume, 50 BCM, as you've mentioned. It has the route fixed via Mongolia, and Mongolia has confirmed and is really interested in proceeding with this project. What is missing is, first of all, price, the key parameter. And here, as far as I can see from all the rumors and leakages, you know, it's always very confidential issue. But the key bargaining is between the price, this is price similar to Power of Siberia 1. This is a request from Gazprom. It is oil-linked, but it is actually at the moment the cheapest imported gas that China has. So it is already several times cheaper than the price Gazprom had in Europe. But China is requesting even lower price for the second pipeline. They are actually talking about the price equal to the Russian domestic gas tariff for the industrial consumers, which is about $120 per 1,000 cubic meters. It's like $1.5 per MMBtu. It is extremely low. So somewhere in this range, they will find a balance. The second key parameter is take-or-pay volume. So the volume that a customer is obliged to pay for, whether takes it or not. In normal contracts, in most standard, it's about 80-85%. In this case, China is insisting on just 50% take-or-pay level, which is extremely low, and which means that China would be able to offtake just 25 BCM out of this 50 BCM capacity and keep the rest as an emergency insurance in case if it needs additional gas. But it also means that the period of payback for Russia is becoming much longer. When you cannot predict the load, it's really quite challenging. The third issue is financing. Who will pay for the pipeline construction? Obviously, China will finance the segment on its own territory, but who will pay for the Russian segment? For Power of Siberia 1 and for another pipeline to China from Russia, which is called Far Eastern Route, it is Gazprom, which is paying everything. China refused in 2014 to provide any loans or any advanced payment for this construction. For Power of Siberia 2, there was an indication from Alexei Miller, CEO of Gazprom, that they are discussing these financing issues. What will be the result? I do not know, but it is really important for the project economics, at least for the Russian side. And fourth, last but not least, of course, it's timing. When exactly they are planning to start? Russia was ready back in 2023. They've prepared already all the project documentation, all the permits, everything. But China, as you see, is not in a hurry. It's like postponing the project. And probably, though we are discussing early 2030s, it can go further to the right. It can be postponed for another 5 years, as it happened with Power of Siberia 1, which took 10 years for China to make a final decision and to really start the project. So these four key uncertainties, which means that there is a lot of further tough negotiations forthcoming.
Surely. But how can the Power of Siberia 2, Tatiana, make China a bigger swing player in the global gas markets once that pipeline gets built and gas starts to flow?
Excellent question, and it refers to this take-or-pay condition which I've mentioned. So if China will succeed to obtain 50% take-or-pay level, then it means that it will have 25 BCM of flexible capacity. That's a lot. And even without vast underground storages, China will be able to play in the market. It will have this arbitrage between pipeline gas from Russia and LNG all over the world. And if you add to that the fact that during the past few years, Chinese companies have built incredibly efficient trading capacities, both in oil and in gas, that means that they will be able actually to, manipulate the market. Yeah, they will have this flexibility. They will be able either to resell LNG cargoes that they do not need, as it was happening back in 2022, or when this undemanded LNG was going to Europe and actually saved Europe from a real gas collapse after Russian gas flows stopped. Or it is happening right now. Yeah, this LNG goes to Europe, the one that China doesn't need, because Actually, though, at the very beginning, you've mentioned that China is the biggest and fastest growing LNG consumer in the world. The last year wasn't really good enough. So Chinese LNG imports actually went down. So there are also some concerns about future China's gas demand. And if Chinese buyers are negotiating now with any LNG producer, what they say is, we will have, let's say, $1.5, $2 per MMBtu for Russian gas. So what can you propose us? What is your value proposition in this case? Yeah, so it's a lot of bargaining
Gives them a
power.
lot of leverage, indeed.
Exactly.
Tatiana, let's move from the market implications to the strategic implications. Strategically, vis-a-vis the United States, what does POS2 mean from Russia's standpoint, especially after the overtures from Trump and the Alaska summit between Trump and Putin?
Well, the broader context of all these dances between Putin and Trump is, I think, led by Trump's desire to split China and Russia strategically, because this alliance is really becoming threatening. Russia having not only enormous resources, not only energy, but also materials, minerals, everything, and nuclear weapons, and China with all its economic and military capacity. That already looks like quite a frightening bloc. So agreeing to give some concessions via Ukraine, sanctions, Trump seemed to be hoping to actually attract Putin to the other side. And their Alaska summit, when they've mentioned different Arctic economic cooperation projects and all this stuff, it looked like a signal that probably Putin is turning to the US. But 10 days later, with all these Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit rhetorics, with the military parade, which Putin also attended, and with Power of Siberia 2 memorandum, for me it looks like a clear signal that Putin has chosen China's side at the moment. Maybe he is waiting for additional concessions from the US. Maybe it is like the final word. We will see. But for China, which was very slow to confirm this memorandum, by the way, on the official level, while Russia immediately started to celebrate, China was not actually confirming for a period. So China definitely leaves some window for further negotiations, both with Russia and with the US. So it's this big trilateral geopolitical game ongoing.
Okay, so despite, Tatiana, China having the upper hand on the POS2 negotiations, isn't it safe to say that China also does need Russian gas, given that the US LNG is stuck in that trade war currently taking shape between Washington, D.C. and Beijing? Also, Qatar LNG is susceptible to the Hormuz closures in any future wars on Iran. And furthermore, Australian LNG is not so politically dependable either for China. So does Beijing need to secure the reliability of the Russian piped gas, especially before Putin could be swayed by Trump towards the West with promises of sanctions, relief, and so on? Do you think this is what finally moved the needle for China on the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline?
Exactly, Nasser. That is our reading. So we were asking ourselves at Columbia, why now? What changed? For so many years, China was actually putting this project on hold, and now suddenly they decided to make quite a significant step, though not final, but still As you've mentioned, first of all, Iran-Israeli war and this threat of Hormuz closure, it really became quite a wake-up call for Chinese authorities, who were always very much preoccupied by energy security, but now it was so close that they started to reassess reliability of the supplies from the Gulf. Then the U.S. trade war. And again, during the last year, actually, China stopped importing U.S. LNG. They've already basically refused from it. So, as I've mentioned, there is a lot of LNG around the world forthcoming in the next couple of years. So I think China will be able to replace the U.S. LNG by the other suppliers, but they need an insurance. They need some hedge. And therefore, Power of Siberia 2, though it's not absolutely the must for Chinese gas balance at the moment, it's something like nice to have, just in case, just to be sure that if there is maritime blockade, either in Hormuz or in the China Sea, if anything happens with the pipeline gas, which is going through common border and through Mongolia, you don't expect any big problems. And as the world is becoming more fragmented and confrontational, it seems to be a smart move from China's side. And also don't forget about price. It will be very cheap gas, which will support China's industrial policy and global competitiveness. So China is not losing anything, but it wins quite a lot.
Mm-hmm. Tatiana, fascinating, of course, discussions with regards to the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline, what it means for the markets and strategically for both China and Russia vis-a-vis the West. Thank you so much for coming on the show and sharing your thoughts. Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Health authorities say at least 6 Palestinians have been killed after Israel's military opened fire on several suspects in Gaza. As Hamas tells mediators it will begin transferring 4 bodies of Israeli hostages tonight. Ukraine's President Zelensky condemns what he describes as an utterly terrorist and cynical attack by Russia that's injured almost 60 people. The US and China start charging new port fees on each other's ships as trade tensions between the world's 2 biggest economies rise. Now, health authorities say at least 6 Palestinians have been killed after Israel's military said it opened fire on several suspects in Gaza. As Hamas tells mediators it will begin transferring 4 bodies of Israeli hostages tonight. Meanwhile, President Trump has landed back in Washington after attending a global summit in Egypt, where he signed the first phase of the Gaza ceasefire agreement with other world leaders. On his trip back to the US on board Air Force One, Trump also said he hopes it will lead to the rebuilding of Gaza. Take a listen.
Talking about rebuilding Gaza. I'm not talking about single state or double state or 2 state. We're talking about the rebuilding of Gaza.
What's the road ahead for governing Gaza? Because
a lot of people like the 1-state solution. Some people like the 2-state solutions. We'll have to see. I haven't commented on that. That was a power room. Those people, those are the richest countries. I think with tariffs, I think we're the richest country in the world, actually, the United States. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. But those are, really seriously rich countries, and they can handle it.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by columnist and correspondent Gemma White and Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. Michael and Gemma, thank you so much for joining me this Tuesday evening. Gemma, let's start with you. There's been a lot of news happening over the last couple of days, and it's been difficult to keep across it all. But last night and yesterday all looked really positive when it came to this deal. We saw Donald Trump's lightning trip to Israel, went to Sharm el-Sheikh. But we now have reports of Israeli gunfire. Has the ceasefire ended before it's even really fully had the chance to begin?
It sort of feels that way, and the optics could make it look that way. We've had this killing of the 6 Palestinians by Israeli gunfire, and not only that, there's reports of about 27 people killed in clashes between Hamas and armed members of the Dugmas clan who are battling Hamas for control of Gaza and the city. Now, the withdrawal of Israeli troops behind the new lines that are being drawn, and the fact that there is just such going to be a clamour for food and resources, it has created a power vacuum in the city that is being filled by really anyone with, an ideology and a gun right now. So there is chaos and there is uncertainty. And I think that this stems from the fact that there is no firm plans in place. There is no, this is going to happen by this date. And that kind of loose plan can sometimes be beneficial because it can allow for flexibility. But in this instance, it's not benefiting anyone. What we need after the ceasefire is, this is a point plan. It's supposed to be a 20-point plan, but we know it was very vague on the actual details and the minutiae. So the ceasefire is looking incredibly fragile, but I think we've seen this before, when there has been a prolonged, war. When the ceasefire does come, it does feel fragile. It can sort of hang by, a hair, or, a trigger. And Trump's words as well, he's not been very concrete in what he's been saying. In Egypt, he said the phases are all a little bit mixed in with each other. Again, we don't want to hear that. We want to hear, hey, this is what's going to happen from now on. And then obviously telling reporters there, which we just saw, again, he finished, we'll have to see. We don't want to see, we want to know. So at the moment, does it look fragile? Yes, because I think it is.
And it's so interesting because Donald Trump has been speaking again today, and he said if Hamas doesn't disarm, we'll disarm them, perhaps violently. Trump warns, because as you did say, we have seen these clashes break out inside of Gaza, and Hamas also released a video showing street execution of what it calls collaborators, so the different militia that did join Israel or join other forces against Hamas. So things are getting nasty. And another big problem is it's the deceased hostages, and it's finding those bodies. And we know that 4 have already been returned to Israel. 4 will be returning home to Israel this evening. What more do we know, and how is this causing the fragility of the agreement?
So by tomorrow morning, we should be down to 24 dead hostages still being held. But the UN estimates that there's about 54 million tons of rubble in Gaza, which means that this is a process that could take weeks, months, years. One Red Cross official was quoted by Reuters as saying that there might be some hostages that are never found. And as we learn more, we'll start to understand how, and as the hostages speak themselves, how often they were moved. And this is one of the challenges that Hamas was encountering as buildings were being destroyed, and they were trying to move hostages from one place to another. Some, of course, died, and so they were trying to move bodies, but then sometimes I would imagine that bodies would have been abandoned. And so, again, as this one Red Cross official said, that some may never be found. And that, I think, is one of the problems that they're encountering right now, because you have the families of the deceased who want the remains returned, and they don't want a phase 2 to begin until, phase 1 is completed. But you don't want what is a technical issue, which is the finding of the bodies, to become a political issue, which means that phase 2 doesn't happen. And it is all very messy, and it's very murky, and there's so much room for interpretation. And the 20-point peace plan is 20 points. It's not a concrete set of we do this and then this happens and this happens. And it's one of the challenges I think that you'll find when you're dealing with a terrorist organization. You're trying, it's not as though it's a government that's fallen and has officially surrendered. I think you have an ideology that leads these people in so many different ways, and that is a very difficult thing to bring under control.
I couldn't agree more, and I think that's what a lot of analysts are feeling right now and talking about, is how to bring things back under control. But we heard from Israel's far-right security minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, and we've obviously spoken about him a lot on the show, and he warns of halting Gaza aid if bodies of soldiers are not returned. And we've heard this today, that Israel's saying they're not going to open the Rafah crossing until all the remains are back in Israel, because these families are desperate for their loved ones to be returned. And it's a very difficult situation for those people who are in hostage square day in and day out in Israel, desperate for closure. And then we see the aid blockings, which is very difficult.
But the hostages were the key part of the plan, weren't they? They were literally the number one point on the plan, which was everything hinges on these hostages, dead or alive, being returned to Israel. And if that, even the number one point, is not going to be implemented, there's not really much hope for the rest of it. And as you said, you can't move on to phase 2 or phase 3.
You're absolutely right. But even from some of the reports that have come out, Hamas apparently had said, the 20 fine, the 20 that are living, but we will have some problems trying to locate all of the deceased. Yeah. And I think that there also has to be, it's kind of a give and take. It's a fluid situation, as you said. And, Hamas, we have to assume that they are finally at that point where they're willing to, they gave up all their leverage, right? Which is the 20 that were alive. Yeah. So they obviously want an end to this as well. And you would hope that there could be some sort of a meeting of the minds where it's like, okay, we have to allow time for, the machines to come in, the experts to come in. We have to give it time for the excavation so that we can then hopefully locate the bodies.
And Donald Trump was speaking about this today, urging for the return of the Gaza hostage bodies. And he said a big burden has been lifted, but the job is not done. The dead have not been returned as promised, Trump said on Truth Social a day after traveling to Israel and Egypt. He says phase 2 begins right now. So Donald Trump is really keeping the pressure on Hamas there to make sure these bodies are returned and we do progress through this plan, because so much hinges on it. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said almost 60 people have been injured during a Russian attack overnight. He described the attacks, which also hit a hospital in the city of Kharkiv, as an utterly terrorist, cynical attack on a place where lives are saved. It comes as a delegation from Ukraine heads to Washington for meetings this week ahead of Zelensky's meeting with Donald Trump, which apparently, Michael, should be happening on Friday. So we know Zelensky's going to be traveling there. We just had this long conversation about the situation in Gaza, Donald Trump brokering that peace plan that we saw, the framework, essentially. Do you think he's going to now turn his focus to Ukraine?
Donald Trump is the world's most powerful man. That's the role the President of the United States has. But he's only elected by Americans. And we're in the midst of a government shutdown, which I think is day 13 today. That has to be definitely a priority for him. So would he switch all of his attention to the war in Ukraine? It would be nice if he could devote an awful lot of energy and make sure that there was a meeting of the minds there. I don't think it's going to happen, but I am optimistic that he may recognize that he has a lot more power and a lot more leverage than he thought he had. Because when he did exercise a little bit of pressure on the parties with Gaza and Hamas and the Israelis, it worked.
Yeah.
And the Qataris and the Turks also exercised some pressure on Hamas, and that worked as well. Maybe Donald Trump will recognize he has more power than he thought he did, and maybe he can pressure Vladimir Putin into at least maybe getting to the point where they have a ceasefire.
That would be the hope.
Yeah.
But I think we've never seen Vladimir Putin move his lines. His red lines have stayed exactly where they were when this started back 4 years ago, or even in the Donbass earlier than that. Donald Trump's not been able to shift Vladimir Putin, which is extremely difficult. Are we likely to see the US provide Tomahawk missiles? These have been described as a game changer, Gemma. A lot of focus being put on them. And if so, how will this possibly impact the relationship between Washington and Moscow?
Yeah, I personally do not think we are going to see the sale of these Tomahawk missiles. I think there's too much at stake. I think Moscow is amping up its rhetoric about, well, you don't know what we might do if they get fired, leaving lots unsaid. But I think there is a lot of momentum from what's happened in Gaza. And I do think Trump has actually, I think this has been one of the biggest lessons of his presidency, actually. And I would hope that he takes what he's learnt from that and takes it forward. Now, I think what he will have learnt from it is that it's a multi-country, a multi-nation affair. This is not just America going in and sorting out Gaza. As you said, there were so many different nations involved. And I do wonder if this is a lesson that he can take and start pulling in different nations who have different levels of sway over Russia, different relationships. We're seeing Turkey playing a huge part, and I think they're going to be so important moving forward. I do not think the sale of these missiles will go through. I actually think it's been a bluff from the start, just to kind of see if Putin blinks. But as you've so rightly said, he simply does not. He has the best poker face, of all the presidents, of all the leaders. So I would hope the momentum from Gaza will, keep him going. And obviously the meeting on Friday as well. It's very interesting, but I would love to see him take what he's learned, the power that he must feel and the goodwill that he must feel, and then see what he can do with it.
What I do find is interesting is you don't think there'll be the sale of the Tomahawks.
No.
I'm not sure what you think, Michael, but I've been reading into this and I find it quite interesting because, yes, the Tomahawks will be an escalation according to the Kremlin, and they don't want the Tomahawks clearly because Russia does feel that would be a massive threat to them. But on Saturday and Sunday, apparently Trump was holding conversations with Zelensky regarding the sale of these Tomahawks. Now we're seeing Zelensky go on Friday back to Washington. Tomahawks are once again back on the agenda. And I wonder if Donald Trump's thinking, actually, this could be the pressure point to hold a big summit with Putin in Alaska. Didn't really result in anything. Is this the step I have to take, or is it sanctions?
I think the tricky part with Vladimir Putin is that he won't necessarily come back at you with a tomahawk. You look at what they're able to do with cyber attacks, what they're able to do with drones, what they're able to do with drones over airports, or the occasional fighter jet into a neighbor's airspace. And it's that constant sort of keeping everybody on their toes. And I think he could ramp that up. And this is the challenge that the EU faces, because they're the ones that are dealing with Vladimir Putin directly, because he's in their backyard. He is unpredictable. He doesn't speak. You don't get a sense of what he's thinking about. He, as you said, sticks to the same lines publicly. And if he is motivated to think outside the box, which he often does, he might be doing something that the European allies of Donald Trump are 100% not comfortable with. And so the whole idea of the Tomahawks, the sales of those missiles, might backfire. But if he does sell them, and if Vladimir Putin does push the envelope, then what? Well, they've got the Tomahawks, then he's got to use them, and that changes the game, and that might not be what anybody wants.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens in that Friday meeting, because we do know that he berated Zelensky and all of a sudden he's become more favourable towards Ukraine, Donald Trump. We've definitely seen his attitude change towards Zelensky and the plight of the Ukrainians. But I also think it's really interesting when we talk about Russia and sanctions, because we've seen secondary sanctions on the likes of China and on the likes of India, because they're buying oil from Russia. But we mustn't forget Europe buys a lot of oil from Russia too. And I don't think Russia thinks it needs the US so much, because despite all the sanctions on them, they've managed to have a pretty stable economy.
Yeah, the other interesting part about all of that is there are so many other things that Donald Trump has talked about doing with Russia, sanctions, for instance, direct sanctions, but he hasn't. So why go to the Tomahawk missiles as an option when you haven't properly exercised all of the other options? You've talked about them, but you haven't done anything about that. And this is where, again, I've talked about this many times, I think the lack of a clear strategy. If you were to outline what it is that you want from your opponent, and what it is that you want to achieve, you could lay out, okay, within the first month, we're going to do this, in the second month, and the third month. And if that fails, then you're at a point where everybody is fully bought into the idea, okay, we're going to amp this up, and Tomahawk missiles are now on the table.
Yeah, he's got a bit 0 to 60 as opposed to going through all the other potentials. Yeah.
Let's wait and see what happens on Friday, but it's going to be interesting conversations. And if the attention will now turn to Ukraine, let's see what Donald Trump does. Thanks for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story and to China. And Beijing has announced new fees on US ships entering Chinese ports. The fees follow similar plans announced by President Trump earlier this year and play into the ongoing trade spat between the two nations. Gemma, Donald Trump, the golden thread, China, we've also just spoken about. But tensions still appear to be strained between China and the US. Is this just another tit for tat that we saw over the tariffs, or do you think this could escalate?
I think it's kind of classic tit for tat. And the language is kind of vaguely threatening, but nothing specific and nothing, too outlandish. So we've had Trump applying his tariffs, so China applies their levies. Beijing then announced its plans to tighten control on its rare earth exports, which was met by quite a lot of surprise stateside. Then Trump responded threatening an additional 100% tariff on China. And then most recently, we've got new US tariffs which come into effect on imported timber, kitchen cabinets and upholstered furniture, most of which comes from China. So we just see them, going a little bit higher each time, but nothing that would make anyone kind of become frightened by what they're doing.
We saw the markets become frightened, however, on Friday.
Yes.
People might not be frightened, but the markets had a massive sell-off on Friday when Donald Trump said that possible 100% extra tariff could come in. But what I found was quite interesting, he said that possible tariff could come in on November the 1st, but it wasn't immediate. And do you think that's because he's possibly, or we think, or we know, I don't know what the situation is, but as of now, he's going to meet Xi Jinping in South Korea if that all goes ahead. Do you think we'll get a deal before November the 1st and this could all sort of just chill a bit?
I think Donald Trump likes to build in the buffers. I also think that, as we all know, certainly in this second term in office, that his deadlines are flexible. And so he might want everybody to say, we'll meet and then I'll have a little bit of time to decide. But I don't think that there's any guarantee that the November 1st deadline is hard and fast. And I do think that they will meet. And I don't think anything will really change. There may be more tit for tat between now and the time of the meeting. But Donald Trump has consistently spoken about how he trusts his gut. You know, before he was meeting Vladimir Putin, he said, you know, within the first 2 minutes, I'll look into his eyes and I'll be able to decide if we're going to have a deal or not. And that, I think, is, at least for him, he feels like that's one of his strengths.
Yeah.
And until he has that opportunity to meet face-to-face with the Chinese president, I think that Donald Trump will sort of remain a little bit quiet or murky with what it is that he could do, and he'll give himself always an off-ramp to take that in case things don't go his way.
But earlier, I actually spoke to economist Laurie Laird. I asked her if a deal can be reached between the US and China. Take a listen to what she told me.
Yeah, I do. I do think there will be a deal to be done. Otherwise, I don't think Trump would have given himself to the 1st of November to actually impose those tariffs. But look, China's exports, despite the already heavy tariffs that they're paying to send to the U.S., China's exports rose by more than 8% year on year in the month of September, while exports to the U.S. fell by 25%. China is starting to divert its exports to other places in the world. So China is showing us, at least for the moment, that they can find other destinations for some of these products.
And that's something China's done so well, because even in Donald Trump's first term, China was the target of tariffs. And he spoke about China a lot when it came to the economy. And it's just interesting when we go back to this conversation about trade deficit and who could possibly benefit from tariffs, because Donald Trump thinks it's going to make America so much money. But we see the political ramifications it can have.
Yeah, I think you have to look at, so 80% of the goods traded around the world are moved by sea. And if you look at the shipbuilding manufacturing industry, last year, in 2024, the United States represented 0.1%, whereas China represented 54%. So China has done a very good job of diversifying. They recognize that their strength is to produce and then ship overseas. And this is one of the areas where Donald Trump, I think, sees that, and he wants some of that for which is the whole reason he's introduced the tariffs. He wants Americans and he wants companies to invest so that America can have some of those manufacturing industries as well. But it's going to take time. And what I think Donald Trump likes to do is have these conversations, certainly with the Chinese president, where, you know, if he can see him face to face, then he can start to get a better sense of what it is that he wants to do. And I think that's where, again, I've said this before, where it's one of his strengths, but I think it's also one of the weaknesses, because I don't know that diplomacy on the world stage should be handled like that.
We know Donald Trump is a very transactional. He is a completely different president to before. We know that a lot of diplomacy happens on Truth Social.
Yeah, he's quite heavy-handed.
He is.
Yeah, I've never seen a sort of softly or delicate approach.
I do think, though, what's quite interesting is that Chinese officials met for staff-level talks in Washington on Monday. So there is back-channel negotiation always happening. You know, might see Donald Trump on the front being pretty strong, but I think behind the scenes there's always teams working to make sure that plans are ironed out correctly.
Yeah, and the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent came out and he talked about how there are lines of communication that are still open. So there seems to be some optimism that there are tit-for-tat moves being made now, but I think that that's more posturing. I don't know that that is, although it does frighten the markets, I don't know that that's necessarily going to affect the consumer just yet.
And it's interesting because Scott Bessent actually gave an interview to the Financial Times, and we did see markets slump on his interview, but it was all over the imposed sweeping export controls on rare earths and critical minerals by Beijing, and he said that China was doing it because they were in the middle of a recession or possibly a depression, and that made markets react. And China would argue that they absolutely not. Yes, they had a bit of a housing market downturn, but essentially the economy has picked up. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And US Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says standards are back after sending home overweight troops. It comes after a picture of Texas National Guard in Chicago went viral last week. Hegseth previously told hundreds of top military leaders that US members needed to be fit, not fat, during a summit in Virginia. I know, I shouldn't smile. I don't know, but you know, there we are. Pete Hegseth, he's back. And I wanted to know, does Pete Hegseth actually have a valid point here?
100% he does. Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you are part of the active U.S. military, should you be in fantastic shape? Of course you should. But there's always a conjunction. But in fairness, 3/4 of Americans, according to a study that was published by The Lancet in November of 2024, are overweight or obese. And these are National Guard. These men and women are active 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks a year. I don't know that the same standard should be held for them as it is, for instance, for the senior the senior members of the military that he addressed last month. I think there has to be flexibility. There has to be awareness that while these are men and women who are prepared to be called up, they're not professional soldiers. Certainly they might have been at one point. And I think that there has to be more of an understanding that there is a distinction between an active military soldier serving in South Korea and somebody in the National Guard who's in Chicago.
Gemma, what are your thoughts?
I disagree. I do think if you are going to sign up for something like this, whether the National Guard get paid well, is it a kind of, it's not voluntary, is it? Like
well, it is voluntary that you can serve, and you have to make the commitment, and it's either for 6 or 8 years,
Right.
and then you have this. You'll have like basic training type thing, and then you'll have this sort of commitment.
Yeah.
So you could be called up into when there's an emergency.
Yeah.
But in this particular case, it's
See that I think if you are putting yourself in that position, you clearly want this role. You could be called up at any time to something quite serious as well. Then I think you need to keep yourself in the kind of shape that the role would require. If you're going to be a volunteer firefighter, you would have to stay in tip-top shape because you could be called out to the fire at any time. So I do think that you do have a duty to stay in shape. If otherwise, don't sign up for the role.
But I would also say that he doesn't want the fat soldiers. But I don't believe that there is a requirement regarding your height and weight. The requirement is that you have to do certain physical tests.
Yeah.
I'm not being funny, but we've just seen some pictures on screen there, and they could not pass the bleep test. And I think that's a basic test. Well, I don't know. I'm just assuming that they couldn't, because those tests are quite difficult. But I just wanted to go into what happened with Pete Hegseth, because, we've spoken about the administration before, and Pete Hegseth made it really clear when he was addressing the top brass that everyone needed to look great, no beards, very visual, because really we saw the Chinese army come out and do that massive parade, and it was so impressive. It was lockstep. There was nothing sloppy. And if it's the world's strongest army, they need to be on that stage looking absolutely perfection, and that's what Hegseth's trying to say. But it was really the social media post that apparently got Hegseth's back up, because when those pictures went out, one commentator wrote, "Hegseth is going to lose his mind. I'm here for it. Texas National Guard arrives in Chicago for food, I assume."
So I would want to backtrack just a moment, because when I would say that the U.S. military has been proven on many continents over the past 30, 40 years. The Chinese military has not. So while the Chinese military may look fantastic during a parade, there's no evidence that they can actually perform under combat conditions.
And I would agree with that. There's no evidence that they could ever be anywhere as strong as the Navy SEALs, as strong as the US military, undoubtedly some of the best we've ever seen in the world, and that I will agree with. But, you know, for Pete Hegseth, it's also about presentation, and he wants that to be a slick operation.
And they don't want to be laughed at online like that, you know, those jibes and all those funny memes. No, that this is an administration that can't, you know, have a bit of a giggle at all, no.
No, and, you know, Pete Hegseth himself served in the military, and dare we say it, he's in tip-top condition. Gemma, could we see this kind of policy rolled out in other industries?
Do you know what? Before the current administration, I would have said no. But I do feel this administration has made it okay to say and do quite cruel and mean things, and for it to kind of seep into the fabric of society through their supporters, through social media. So, you know, saying things like, you're very amused by this, I can tell, my goodness.
No, I don't know why.
You know, but were these, you know, troops overweight? Yeah, I think the optics look really bad, to be honest with you. But, and I do believe there are industries where body shape and size and health absolutely do matter, you know, particularly civil defence roles, you know, the police, the fire department, paramedics, armed forces. But in the US, it's interesting. It's not illegal under federal law to discriminate against someone for, like, height and weight. It's only Michigan who has laws concerning that kind of discrimination. So for private companies, you know, if someone turns up for an interview and you don't like the look of them, you just don't have to hire them. You know, there's kind of nothing telling you that you have to. I do feel that, you know, body acceptance has been very much an online thing, and sometimes we can confuse what's very popular and very noisy online with what's actually happening on the ground. We think, oh, right, the healthier any weight and, you know, that kind of movement is actually really big, but it's not. It's kind of online noise, really. So, no, I don't think these kind of policies will be rolled out elsewhere. I think it's very much going to be down to, like, individual companies. But no, I do feel like the administration has made it okay to kind of pick people apart and for it to kind of be seen as all right.
And call people fat.
Yeah.
I think that this administration, they look back on the 1950s for different reasons, as though the golden age of America. Maybe it's a race situation, maybe it's the manufacturing situation, but it's also, and I think we could all agree with this, when you see old photographs or films of PE classes in the 1950s, I mean, these were men and women who were in phenomenal shape.
And they could get up and down a rope very quickly.
Yes.
They were so impressive. Lots of us can't do that nowadays.
No, and they'd be vaulting and stuff like this, yeah.
And I think that, you know, there's a bigger issue to be had here, which is, you know, to talk about, okay, Donald Trump is the perfect example of America today. He talks quite openly and is photographed quite openly with his McDonald's.
Yeah. He loves McDonald's.
Yes, he absolutely does. And that is, I think, indicative of most Americans. And there's nothing wrong with it. But if you're then disappointed as the Secretary of War that some of your men and women are perhaps not looking the way that they should, there is another issue that has to be addressed, which is about the consumption, the amount of food, as well as the processed food that happens in America.
I do think Donald Trump's not going to fight a war, and if you sign up for the National Guard, I would expect peak condition.
But as well, the whole make America healthy again, you know, that's you would think that would be tied into all of this. That's been a very big message of the administration, but it's been suspiciously quiet as well.
So in that particular case, of course, it's about vaccines and
food colouring.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Not about actual things that are affecting society. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Gemma and Michael have chosen two of their quirkiest stories. And Gemma, I absolutely love this story because it's badly behaved parents are being banned from children's sporting events. Oh, come on, let the parents cheer them on.
Absolutely not.
No.
As a mother of three, I have seen some behaviours at football matches that would literally make your hair curl, honestly. I've seen parents fighting on a pitch. I've seen parents surrounding a referee.
On a Saturday
Absolutely,
night?
yes, you do not. You don't even need Netflix. You just come to a 10-year-old's football match on a Saturday morning. I'll be there. I'll show you. So this is in London. The Merton School Sport Partnership. Now, they run a lot of sporting events across the southeast of the city. And they have sent a letter out banning parents from sporting events. Now, this one shocked me the most. This was one of the reasons, because adults have been seen cutting across finish lines of races to impede other children. That is messed up behaviour. And then others shouting abuse towards officials and other children.
Wow.
Ultimately, do kids get into little scraps on the pitch? Yes, they do. These are life lessons to me. It is not then up to a full-grown adult to stride onto the pitch 3 times the size of a child and start yelling at them. But the idea that parents are running into sporting lanes and trying to disrupt the hurdles or disrupt, the 400-metre relay just so that their little one can win is absolutely crazy to me.
Parents gone wild.
Parents gone absolutely insane.
I must say something. I'm not a mum. I don't have children, but I think if I did, I'm so competitive. I'll be running across lines to make sure they
We'd
won.
be like, there's the Anne's on the track.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen some of the... I've seen this on social media where, in America, where there will be jiu-jitsu or wrestling matches that are happening with kids.
Yeah.
And you'll get a parent who steps in and physically assaults the referee.
Mm-hmm.
And it's shocking. I'm left speechless.
Yes.
I don't know what you're supposed to say to that.
It's always the referee's fault.
Yes, well, certainly the parents would make it out to be that way.
Yeah, the parents would make it out to be. But I absolutely love that story because I can imagine myself as a parent doing the hurdle scenario. Anyway, Michael, let's move on to
sticking your foot out as they're going past. Yeah.
My baby always wins kind of thing. Michael, let's move on to you because this is such a great story. And of course, it's Halloween, not that far away, and pumpkin season is upon us. And there's been a pumpkin weighing contest in Northern California. Who knew?
So it's the 52nd World Championship of the
Whoa,
pumpkin
not
weigh-off.
just a contest.
No.
This is a championship.
This is a big deal.
The World Series
Yes.
in America, so it's a World Series.
Almost kind of sort of at that level, yes. In fact, Brandon Dawson, who won this year, lost by 6 pounds last year. This year, his pumpkin weighed in at 2,300 pounds.
Massive.
And for that, he receives $9 per pound, so it works out to $21,114. And this is something that he takes incredibly seriously. He's an engineer, but he puts an awful lot of time into growing his pumpkins. As I said, he lost last year's just by 6 pounds. The world record, though, is held by a couple of brothers in England, and that's a 2,800-pound pumpkin.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
Giant vegetable stories I absolutely love.
I love
and
it.
odd-shaped vegetables.
Oh, yes.
Like, this is fascinating to me.
But I'm just like, how did it get that big?
Yeah.
What fertilizer is he using?
The story, this is an Associated Press story, it didn't get into the details about what it is that he needed
gotta keep
to
that
do.
secret, yeah.
Yes, maybe so. And maybe it is one of those things that you do if you're going to compete on a regular basis. And if there's $20,000 on
Yeah,
it,
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
you're probably not going to share all your secrets.
But I just love that story. I'm also here for the giant vegetables. It's brilliant.
Are
Thank
they
you.
carving it after? Like, what happens to the giant pumpkin?
Well, you would think, I mean, you do need, for them to put it on the scale, they needed a giant crane. I mean, it's the size of a small sedan, right? And what they were, I assume, if they could move it back, it would make perfect sense. Either you turn it into pumpkin spice lattes, or maybe you turn it into the world's biggest jack-o'-lantern.
I know, it's so interesting. Or you let it decompose and the next one grow from it. Because it's the giant gene. Who knows? But thanks so much to our guests, columnist and correspondent Gemma White and managing director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. GNT is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, humanitarian agencies in Gaza say they are yet to see a significant ramp-up of aid, which they say is urgently needed to ease famine and suffering in the enclave after 2 years of conflict. We'll get the latest on the situation on the ground. We'll also be speaking to an Israeli peace negotiator and asking him if the hardest part of implementing President Trump's 20-point peace plan is yet to come. All of that on today's edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. 2 months ago, famine was officially declared in Gaza for the first time, with more than half a million people there lacking food, and after an 11-week siege from March to May. But after the ceasefire deal reached last Friday, there's finally a glimmer of relief as one of its conditions allows humanitarian aid to enter the enclave. Well, still, the situation remains dire. More than 54,000 children are severely malnourished or could die without urgent aid. Well, the UN and the Red Cross are demanding all Gaza crossings be opened, warning that every hour counts. Well, on his way back from his Middle East trip, the US President Donald Trump says he will decide what he thinks is right when it comes to a long-term solution to the Israel-Palestinian conflict. His plan leaves the door open for a possible Palestinian state, but only after a lengthy transition in Gaza and reforms within the internationally recognized Palestinian Authority. Let's take a listen.
I'm talking about something very much different. We're talking about rebuilding Gaza. I'm not talking about single state or double state or two state. We're talking about the rebuilding of Gaza.
What's the road ahead for governing Gaza? Because
a lot of people like the one-state solution. Some people like the two-state solutions. We'll have to see. I haven't commented on that.
How do you see bridging that gap, though? Because you have the Arab countries being very clear about
what I think is right, but I'd be in coordination with other states and other countries.
But are you satisfied? I mean, some people might say it feels premature declaring peace for the whole Middle East, 3,000 years of peace and so on.
You want more people to be killed?
Well, despite the ceasefire, Israel's military says it opened fire earlier on today to remove what it described as a threat posed by suspects who approached its forces in northern Gaza. Well, health authorities in the enclave say at least 6 Palestinians were killed in that Israeli fire. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Amjad Shawa, who is a Palestinian humanitarian and human rights advocate. He's the director of the Palestinian Non-Governmental Organizations Network and joins us from Gaza City. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Really appreciate it. I mean, apart from the mood, which we're told is a bit more upbeat than it was, has much changed there in Gaza since this ceasefire deal took effect?
Thank you. The big changes that we have, the ceasefire which was applied and the stop of the airstrikes. Second, the Israeli withdrawal from some areas from Gaza, and as a first step forward, the issue of the full withdrawal. The third, which is the return of hundreds of thousands of displaced people who were moved to the south back to the north. But to tell you that, today we have 9 people were killed in Gaza Strip by the Israeli shooting. And the second point, which is still the services in Gaza, which was destroyed, it's in very critical levels, mainly the water, the health, the nutrition facilities, which was also destroyed by the Israelis. And now 1.5 million of the Palestinians, they lost their homes. 90% of the Palestinian homes and the housing system was damaged or destroyed totally. So it's a very challenging point. And every day we are discovering such critical conditions in Gaza as a result of the Israeli destruction. And another challenge is collecting the bodies under the rubbles of the homes, which enter families still there, because we have no enough equipment and the personnel that can help us. The unexploded devices, which is also needs for these heavy equipments, which is not there. So it's so many challenges that we are facing as a humanitarian in the work. And the third point, which is the humanitarian supplies, which is supposed to enter according to the humanitarian protocol, according to the deal. We have very limited amount of aid which is getting Gaza Strip, and just 172 trucks for the humanitarian organizations entered last Sunday. Yesterday, there was the swab and the crossings were closed, and today it's kind of Jewish holiday, so the crossings also closed. So nothing entered. And just now, we received the news that Rafah crossing will not be reopened. Also, that we will have less humanitarian supplies to enter by the Israelis. So this kind of announcement really disturbed the Palestinian joy regarding the deal and the relax that we had when it was announced. So now less relaxed for the Palestinians, and mainly that the displaced people who lost their homes and there is no shelter supplies to offer them, that we are waiting for the winter, and I'm sorry to say that we have no enough shelter supplies to provide to the people. We need for 300,000 tents on time, what had been entered only a few thousands.
Right, yeah, as you say, I mean, 80% of homes in Gaza have been destroyed. So, of course, big questions remain with regards to shelter for people there. But I just wanted to ask you, I mean, obviously food and scarcity of food and nutrition has been a big issue for several months now in Gaza. But has there been any sort of visible improvement at all during the course of the last 48 hours, or is it just too early to tell?
Yeah, there is kind of improvement, which is light improvement that we witnessed, but it cannot deal with the issue of famine that, from the 2 months ago that Gaza declared as a famine zone by the IPC. So till now, we didn't witness this improvement that I can say it can deal with this implications of the famine. We need the fluidity of more aid trucks to get in with different supplementary items that we can provide to these tens of thousands of children, pregnant women, elders who are suffering from acute malnutrition. And this is still critical conditions for them. And also the health facilities in need for rehabilitation, in need for medications and medical supplies in order to help these cases. Also, we are waiting for the medical evacuation of 18,000 patients who are and injured people who are in need for life-saving medical treatment outside Gaza Strip. So all the conditions is still, I cannot see any improvement, just light things, which I hope that the international community that continue their pressure in Israel to respect the commitments according to the deal in order to open the crossings and let in aid, mainly for UNRWA. UNRWA has 6,000 trucks loads of aid supplies, which is waiting outside, and UNRWA is delivering from 40 to 50% of these services.
Right, so obviously not all of the crossings have been opened as per what people would like to see, and you mentioned the Rafah crossing there as well. But are more trucks starting to cross the border? Is that something you're hearing? I mean, clearly still not enough is getting in, is the essence of what I'm hearing, though.
Yes, I can say there is more trucks to enter, but with very limited items. As I said, no tents entered till now. So this is one of the priority for the Palestinians to get these tents in Gaza Strip that we can provide directly to these displaced people who lost their homes, the desperate people. And I have high concerns about these women, children, elders, people with disability, and there are no shelter for them. So this is something that we have considered. What had been entered, very limited amount of aid supplies. Yes, there is increase of the number of trucks which was entered, but until now it's not equivalent to the number that's supposed to enter, the 600 trucks supposed to enter every day according to the agreed humanitarian protocol.
Right, and as October progresses, presumably the temperature will start to drop there in Gaza to sort of wintry conditions as the year ends. I mean, there's a lot of talk about reconstruction of Gaza. I mean, clearly in the current context, that must sound rather incredulous. When can reconstruction begin? When can people even start to think about it, do you think?
Yeah, this is very good question, and it's going to enhance the hope between the Palestinians. We're talking about the construction of Gaza. You know, 90% of Gaza, about 90%, which is destroyed, and there is about 60 million tons of rubble all over there. And the main point here that we are talking about the humanitarian response, which will be followed by early recovery. And this is in need for political solutions that I hope that first that we can have this permanent ceasefire. And the second, to approve the Palestinian-Egyptian Arab plan, which was approved by the different countries and mainly by EU, and to hold this construction conference, which the Egyptian President Sisi mentioned in his statement in Sharm el-Sheikh yesterday. So it will, this summit will or construction conference will help us in order to allocate funds from the different states regarding the Gaza construction, and to have this political will and also pressure on Israel to let in the construction materials to be in Gaza, and people that they can recover, and also the infrastructure to start recovering, and also to have this socio-economic recovery as soon as possible. This is needed in order to sustain the ceasefire and to make the people also treated and in better conditions.
Just going back to food aid, I just wanted to ask you briefly about something we heard a lot about from the Israelis, which was that armed groups were intercepting aid deliveries and stealing the aid or obstructing the delivery of the aid. I mean, did you see that? And is that something that's still happening, or was it never happening in the first place?
These groups were created in areas which are under the Israeli control. And this is engineered chaos by Israel in order to steal the aid and to waste it, and at the same time, this aid not to reach the distribution points run by the humanitarian organizations, the UN, NGOs, and national NGOs, in order to have safe, dignified distribution. They need this chaos, and we witnessed this in what's called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, also on the unsafe roads for the humanitarian convoys where people were killed and also insulted in the same time. So this is part of the things that we are looking forward to declaring the humanitarian protocol in order to find safe roads for these convoys in order to be distributed directly with no constraints and with no looting of this aid.
Mr. Shower, obviously it's been 24 months since schooling was a normal thing for children to be able to do. I mean, is Is there a chance that sort of educational facilities will start operating as usual in the weeks ahead there now in Gaza?
By chance, you are talking today, and today the Tawjihi, the high school exams results were announced, and about 27,000 students applied these exams, and today there was the results. So there was so many happiness amongst the families who lost 2 years of their education. But for the basic education, I'm saying that we did our hard work regarding establishment of hundreds of temporary learning spaces, which is about tents, in order that these children to go to these tents to receive some lessons and to get back the education. But for the Israeli attacks, I think it was very complicated, risky to collect the children and the students. And for the also for the higher education, for the universities, we have this digital education, which was good, but the digital infrastructure in Gaza Strip is very weak, that these students to receive education. But we will continue our work as humanitarians in order to get whatever we can of the capacities for these children and for these students to continue their education. And we hope in the ceasefire time that we can resume the education, although that the most 90% of the schools were destroyed, and so many of these children were killed. And these children also who are alive, they carried trauma, and their mental health is attacked by the Israelis. So we hope that we can, through this time, we can recover through psychosocial support, and education process can be back in not in better way, but as maximum as we can do.
There are obviously lots of organisations working on the ground, and this is something that I wanted to ask you about because I think it might be related to what you do. I was just wondering how local NGOs and the major international agencies, you know, like the UN, the Red Cross, how do they all coordinate amongst themselves and make sure that they're not doubling up on their efforts in one area and neglecting their efforts in another area?
Yeah, it's a good question. Again, this is something that we are working through a humanitarian country team, which is composed of the UN agencies, the national NGOs, the international organizations, in order to coordinate also in different clusters that these NGOs and agencies are working together in order to put the priorities and to organize their interventions in the different priority areas that we are looking forward. Although that we are part of the big challenges, the shortage of aid supplies, the restrictions of the Israelis, also the Israelis' attacks on the humanitarian workers and organizations. We lost hundreds of aid workers. Also the restrictions that Israel imposed on and the banning of UNRWA, the biggest UN agency, and also the INGOs that they have new registration system imposed by Israel, and this restricts their work and their entry of their supplies to Gaza Strip. Also, we as national NGOs, our premises were destroyed. About 80% of our premises, headquarters and capacities were destroyed. So we are working from the tents, from the shelter, from wherever that we can manage to work. It's a lot of work we are doing all together, mainly the national NGOs who are still the frontliner to respond to the needs of the people.
I know you mentioned at the beginning that there had been some further violence today and that people had been killed there in Gaza, but obviously on a much smaller scale than a couple of weeks ago. And I just wanted to ask you, just as we bring this conversation to a close, how nervous are people there in Gaza that there could be a resumption of hostilities and that the diplomatic efforts could somehow yield no results?
For sure, people are nervous and they are scared in order to that war be back by these statements from the Israeli side that they will resume the war in Gaza, they will make less aid to enter. This is make kind of worries and the traumas amongst the people. After the people get this joy and relax, now they are in very tentative conditions that if this ceasefire will not go forward, this for sure that will get more tension from the people. So we are looking forward. This ceasefire will continue, and we are looking that the mediators to do their job in order to solve all the problems regarding this. And our people in very critical moments that we passed, displaced people that we, 24 months, we calculated them by second, by minute. It's not easy mission to live in such condition through the daily killing. Each family lost one of their beloved one, and at the same time, they have damages or destruction of their belongings, their homes, and they lost their incomes. At the same time, displacement, which is not an easy mission, to be displaced to nowhere, to unsafe, and we passed through the starvation. All of us, we were starved. All that we, as a humanitarian actors, we didn't receive at least less than 1 meal a day. So this is past, and till now that we are suffering, but not as before.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Amjad Shawa, thank you very much indeed. Well, we can speak now to Hadi Amr, who is a former US Special Representative for Palestinian Affairs under President Biden. He's currently with the Brookings Institute. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I just wanted to ask you, first of all, since you served under President Biden, what you made of the fact that both he and President Clinton have heaped praise on President Trump for his Gaza ceasefire plan. It's unusual, isn't it?
Look, I think it's a good thing. And I think what should be clear to all of us is that half a century of the United States, Europe, and the Arab world asking nicely to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been a failure. The United States really needs to act like a superpower to get the kind of results that we've seen.
I mean, interesting to hear Mr. Trump saying that phase 2 of the 20-point plan has now started, he said, and he's predicting tremendous success, tremendous progress, more like. I just wondered if that was your prediction as well.
Look, Donald Trump is a showman. People are kind of afraid of him, and so they follow along. I think we just don't know yet, and there are many reasons to predict. There are many reasons that augur for success, and there are many reasons that augur for failure. What is clear is that we're going to need sustained pressure from the United States, from the Arab world, from Europe, to advance to a future that I think we all want, which is one where Israelis and Palestinians can enjoy the same freedom, the same rights, the same security, because without that, we won't build peace. What we have now is more of a ceasefire deal and less of a final status peace deal. There are no references to UN resolutions, et cetera. So again, there are things that augur in both directions.
There are those who say that the most difficult elements of Mr. Trump's plan are yet to be negotiated. Does that sound about right to you?
Absolutely. Look, I mean, again, it's not a peace plan. It's more of a ceasefire agreement leading to a stage 2 of a ceasefire agreement. And look, we can't forget, right? In addition to the 1,200 Israelis and foreigners who were killed on October 7, 2023, the Palestinian population of Gaza has endured the equivalent of an October 7th level of deaths every 2 weeks for the last 2 years, leading to 67,000 deaths. There is the vast majority of the housing stock has been destroyed. There is so much trauma that has been experienced by the 1 million Palestinian children and the 1 million Palestinian adults in Gaza that we're in a very painful place. And in addition to that, we also can't forget that in terms of deaths, the last 2 years in the West Bank have been the deadliest years basically on record, or as deadly as any years on record. The situation there is also absolutely fragile and dangerous.
So of all the unresolved issues, which one would you say perhaps stands out as being perhaps the most difficult to overcome?
Look, I think it's difficult to pin it to one issue, but what I would say is, the central challenge here is that this 20-point plan was basically developed without the Palestinians. It was negotiated between Trump, Qatar, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the Israelis. And so there are so many issues that we see in the plan that that have challenges. And look, I mean, as an example, right, if you get down to points, 18, 19, and 20, point 19, says, well, as Palestinian reform is faithfully carried out, the conditions may finally be in place for a credible pathway for Palestinian self-determination and statehood, right? Netanyahu has already gone out to his right flank and said, don't worry, that's never going to happen, right? And so it's such a tenuous, conditional, well, if the Palestinians do all the right things, maybe we can start talking about a pathway to statehood in the future. That's clearly not going to fly for Palestinians. After what they've endured, the slaughter that the Palestinian people have endured for the last 2 years, I think continuing for another half century of stalling for equal rights, equal freedoms for the Palestinian people just isn't ultimately going to fly.
Yeah, you highlight those points from the 20-point plan. I mean, some of the other obvious ones as well are the fact that Israel's saying, basically there cannot be peace until Hamas gives up its weapons and ceases to control Gaza. And Hamas, of course, rejects those two demands. I mean, deadlock, isn't it?
That's in the immediate term, right? But what does provide a modicum of hope, and you can't just pin your hopes, you can't just have hope, you've got to take action, is that really for the first time, Donald Trump, the president of the United States, is implicated in this. They've committed 200 U.S. troops not to be on the ground, but to be kind of virtual observers of what's going on. And the states that eventually contribute troops to securing Gaza and an international security force, all of those countries are going to be implicated in the process. And for the first time in a substantial way ever, really, in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, going back to World War II, we're going to have international troops on the ground securing the peace. Those are trying to secure the peace. Those troops are going to see the reality on the ground. They're going to see, is Hamas violating an agreement or a ceasefire, or is Israel? And so I think there's a way to create the condition of consequences for what happens and doesn't happen. And I think it's going to be very interesting, right? And additionally, right, we know we're going to have Israeli elections in a year or less. They're scheduled for a year, but could unwind earlier. We know that the Palestinian people and leadership also desperately want elections, which Israel is obligated to allow to move forward, even though they've stymied them in the past. So I think what we have now is we do have an agreement, but we have a lot of new dynamics that are unleashed here that are going to develop lives of their own. And it's going to be very interesting to see. It's going to be critical to see how they develop.
Yeah, well, maybe those new dynamics will prove to be no bad thing, because after all, the Trump administration approaches this and other long-standing issues with, a different sort of an approach, a novel approach. And if previous approaches didn't work, who's to say that President Trump and his approach will not?
Absolutely. Look, as you noted, I've served under previous administrations, not those of Donald Trump. But you've got to kind of tip your hat to the pressure he was willing to exert. I think Netanyahu came to Washington a few weeks ago, thought he could kind of use 1990s talking points to kind of talk Donald Trump out of this. He wasn't able to do that. As soon as he had the press conference with Donald Trump agreeing to the deal, he went out in Hebrew and said to his constituents, his ultra right-wing national government partners, "Don't worry, this is never going to happen. There's never going to be a pathway to a Palestinian state. Hamas is never going to agree to this." And here we are, right? And so, Donald Trump buttering up Netanyahu in Israel, it only gives him more leverage over the process. The question is Trump going to be willing to use it? Will he be willing and interested to continue to put pressure on all the parties, including Israel, to make progress towards peace? Donald Trump has said, right, he wants this to be, a permanent peace deal that ends the conflict. I think we're incredibly far away from that. On the other hand, Donald Trump seems to be passionate about a Nobel Peace Prize, and maybe that will continue to motivate him to keep the pressure on.
We've talked a lot about President Trump and the U.S. effort. I want to ask you a little bit about Hamas and where they stand, because they carried out some public executions in Gaza today, going after, they said, collaborators, drug dealers, bandits who apparently have been stealing food. And I'm just wondering what that tells us about how they see their position. I mean, do you see that as Hamas tightening their grip in a way?
So thank you for raising that. And I've only just now been seeing reports of that, so I don't have the details. But if that is indeed the case, right, what is going on is, yes, Hamas is saying, we're here, we're going to be providing law and order. And extrajudicial killings are, of course, entirely unacceptable by any party, especially including Hamas, right? So it's entirely unacceptable. That said, they haven't had to face the music yet. We don't really have international troops coming in to kind of seize authority in Gaza, and that's really when Trump is going to have to face the music of. Are they going to lay down arms or not? What is clear, though, and Israeli interlocutors, I'm sure, are able to tell you this, right? That it's been for several months now. Israeli intelligence and Israeli military officials have considered Hamas to have been defeated, essentially. So they are a shell of their former selves. They don't have rockets to fire at Israel. They don't have a massive command and control capability. This is now a decimated kind of ragtag group of individuals that are trying to, exert control. But again, it's going to come back to if an international security force goes into Gaza, that's really where the rubber is going to meet the road, and we're going to see how Hamas is going to react.
Hadi, there was one analyst quoted in the New York Times today, I believe it was, who put forward a scenario, one of the possible scenarios, there are obviously many, in which he said the status quo lingers on, Hamas is still armed, the Israeli military refuses to withdraw from Gaza. Do you think that's a real risk, that sort of a status quo takes root?
Absolutely. Look, we are, and by the way, the status quo lingers on in the West Bank, where settlers and the IDF have again killed more Palestinians in the last 2 years than just about any 2 years on record. It's been an absolutely horrific time there as well. And so, yes, the status quo lingers on, but there is a glimmer. There is the prospect that with U.S., European, Arab involvement on the ground, if this interim security force goes on the ground in Gaza, if there are U.S. military observers tracking the situation, again, for the first time effectively in Israeli-Palestinian history, or modern history since the 1940s, with the exception of one small thing in Hebron, this has the potential to open up the situation and move it in the direction of the peace, justice, and equality that Israelis and Palestinians deserve. But that's absolutely right as well.
Just lastly, before we wrap up, I mean, to end on a positive note, President Trump said on Monday this was, quote, the historic dawn of a new Middle East. I mean, it certainly sounds like the momentum is there, doesn't it?
Look, I think that's a dramatic overstatement, but at the same time, what we saw with the the Gulf states and broader Muslim world coming together around and after Netanyahu's brazen and unacceptable attack on Qatar, joining up, basically coming to Washington and saying enough is enough, going to Hamas and saying enough is enough. I think, if the Arab world gets united around an effective plan, if the U.S. is willing to put its weight behind it, if the Palestinian leadership, plays its cards right, we can maybe move to a place where there are new Palestinian elections, there's a new Palestinian leadership, and there's going to be new Israeli elections as well. Now, that's an optimistic scenario that I think I certainly wouldn't bet on, but it's not impossible, and it's what we should all be working towards.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure talking to you, Hadi Amr. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you for convening this important discussion.
Well, we can speak now to Daniel Levy, a former Israeli peace negotiator. You were an Israeli negotiator during the Oslo peace process. You now run the Policy Institute, the US Middle East Project. You join us from London. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We've heard President Trump in the last 24 hours or so saying phase 2 of his 20-point plan has started. He's predicting what he called tremendous progress. Is that your prediction?
I'd love for it to be, because the people there deserve nothing more. But that doesn't accord with already the reality we're seeing on the ground. Israel is preventing the aid trucks from going in. You've had Palestinians already killed. Israel remains in 50% of the Gaza Strip. That means that in many of what were the main residential areas of Gaza before they were destroyed, but where Palestinians in Gaza are trying to go back to pick up the pieces of their lives, in many of those cities and neighborhoods, Israel is in part of those neighborhoods. That is a recipe for ongoing friction and tension. So let's be clear. Huge relief. The Israelis who are held, the men of military age, the remaining 20, reunited with their families, emotional scenes. Palestinian prisoners who were sentenced in Israeli military tribunals as part of that illegal occupation were released. Most important, perhaps, of all in terms of the number of people it impacted, the daily bombing, starvation, displacement, destruction and killing have come to an end. But I think we have to be realistic. There is no phase 2. Nothing more was agreed. And the West Bank, for instance, isn't even mentioned in the 20 points.
Right. So what you're saying is getting the hostages out, the subsequent prisoner release, that was actually, in some respects, the easy part, and the harder part is going to be getting Hamas to give up its weapons and demilitarizing the Gaza Strip.
Well, I don't understand. Sorry, I lost you.
I was just saying, I mean, it sounds as though some people, and you seem to be one of them as well, saying that, in some respects, the easy part is now done. The much harder part is yet to be done.
Well, I don't want to call it the easy part, okay, because it wasn't easy. And what I think happened was that, first of all, Netanyahu didn't want this. Trump cornered him. Secondly, Hamas said to the regional mediating parties, but we need an ironclad guarantee that the war will end. They said, well, the best we can get you is to put the bar really high. And I think a lot of the ceremony around what happened in Sharm, around the Knesset, was to say, listen, it's not going to be easy for you to renege and go back and do this again. Look, everyone's bought into this. So it's not that that was easy. It's that that's what was agreed. Nothing else was agreed. Now, someone might say, well, if leaving the rest vague was the way to get this initial ceasefire, at least get a stop to that, at least get the things we've seen then go with that and see what happens next. I'm willing to do that. But the big question is, what does happen next? And there is nothing in the text which actually nails that down. So it says in the text, and this is correct and accurate, that Hamas have said they will not play a part in the future governance of Gaza. And that has been a Hamas position for many years now, preceding 7th of October 2023. They were ready to hand over to an agreed, legitimate, restructured PLO and Palestinian governing authority. What you don't have is a Hamas commitment to disarm. I'm not familiar with any case in history where a resistance movement, where any people under a permanent illegal occupation of structural violence says we have no right to resist under these circumstances. They have to abide by international law, but they do have a right to resist. Hamas is not going under these circumstances to give up its weapons. So that was a red herring actually put in there, which will probably upend significant parts of this deal. What you could do, if there was the intention to be serious and to move forward, then what you can do is take what Hamas have said, and this is that there could be the non-use, the non-display of weapons, the handing over of heavy weapons to a legitimate Palestinian entity in Gaza. You could move forward with that. You could get the international stabilization force in, and then you could get Israel to adhere to the full withdrawal from Gaza. Then, of course, come on to the maintained and continued occupation and apartheid in the West Bank. But you don't have a serious document. And therefore, it's going to be very difficult moving forward, especially since the Trump administration isn't really committed to any of these things. They showed their hand in the first Trump administration with the so-called Peace to Prosperity Plan. They've shown their hand with the recognition of Israel's illegal annexation of Jerusalem. So you would have to see a significant shift in the Trump administration position in order for them then to lean on Israel. Of course, there could be other external pressure to lean on Israel as well, as we have seen in the last few weeks and months.
Well, we've even heard, though, President Clinton and President Biden heaping praise on Donald Trump for getting as far as he's got. And just to sort of rebut one of our other points, some of the analysts we've spoken to have said that, simplicity is very much the beauty of the 20-point plan. And that was, the fact that it was simple was what made it effective. How do you respond to that?
Analysts can also be simple. And I fear that that's what we're talking about here. Yes, I've already said, you can say that getting to a ceasefire, getting to the mutual exchange release of Israelis held, of Palestinians held, etc., that was perhaps enabled by keeping it simple. But that doesn't get you through the next phase. So does anyone think that the Dayton Accords in the former Yugoslavia, the Good Friday Agreement in Ireland, could have been achieved on one flimsy piece of paper which says virtually nothing? No, these are serious documents. They speak to an intention on the part of the warring parties to go to a different future. And they speak to the fact that there was pressure for them to do so. Of course, the simplicity of the next phase is unhelpful, not helpful. The fact that Clinton and Biden have welcomed this tells you everything you need to know around the bipartisan consensus among the old American establishment to continue to adhere to helping Israel maintain its permanent occupation and denial of Palestinian rights. Why wouldn't Clinton agree? His administration was part of this. Why wouldn't Biden agree? His administration actually kept the genocide going for 15 months. He failed to even get this far. What you see, though, is a different America. Whether it's the old Democrat establishment or whether it's the Republican establishment, they both belong to an America that is out of touch with its public. Because if you look at where opinion polls are, they are not in that place. They are sick and tired of America being led by the nose, by a country in the region that depends on the US for everything, the weapons, the military, diplomatic, political, financial support, and yet undermines American national security interests, whether it's in the Gulf or elsewhere, consistently. And people want to see, if you're talking Trump MAGA world, there's a fracture in that world between America first and Israel first. I would add to that, of course, that it doesn't do Israel any good to suggest to Israel that you can have your cake and eat it, that you can maintain your control over the Palestinians, maintain your illegal occupation and apartheid, and somehow this will deliver security for you, because it won't, it hasn't in the past, it won't in the future.
We've been talking on the programme about the prisoners who were released by Israel. One of them was not Marwan Barghouti. And I wanted to ask your opinion. Why don't you think he was one of them?
Well, I think it's a very important fact that Marwan wasn't released. I think that could have been a significant contribution to a factor that we haven't discussed, Tom, which is Palestinian politics needs renewing, needs reunifying. It doesn't need reforming according to a menu that is written by Washington and Israel and other European Western allies. It needs to be responsive to the Palestinian public. And I think there was basically, and I think this is part of what the deal was, there was basically a full press on the Hamas and other factions who were part of that negotiation on the Palestinian side, who were holding Israelis, and on the Israelis to get this done. I think Marwan would have been a deal breaker on the Israeli side. I don't think Netanyahu could have held his coalition together. And I think the Israelis won that one. But I also think that that was because too many people saw in Marwan a threat to the very convenient current structures of the Palestinian Authority, convenient to Israel, convenient to Israel's allies in the West, even those who dislike the PA and don't want to engage with the PA. They're a very useful holding place for an absence of Palestinian politics and strategy. And therefore, I think this was too convenient all round for it to successfully be addressed in the talks.
So just to wrap up briefly, you're not giving, it doesn't sound, a huge amount of credit to Mr. Trump for getting us to the point we've got to.
Look, you mentioned Joe Biden. I give Trump credit for getting to this point, which Biden failed to do. I think we should acknowledge this was, in significant measure, America's war, because Israel could not have continued this without American armaments, without American support. It was therefore also America's deal to end the war. But what he has done is a really important step towards ending a genocide. Normally, when such a thing happens, you then hold the party that has been committing a genocide accountable. Instead, that party has been embraced and has been allowed to write the terms of the post-genocide reality. And that is going to lead us to further sorrow, more bad days ahead, unless we can change that trajectory, which I desperately hope we can, because no one wants to live through more days like this.
Former Israeli peace negotiator Daniel Levy, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you so much.
We can speak now to Peter Klepp, who is the editor-in-chief of the Brussels Report. She joins us now from the Belgian capital. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Peter. Clearly a lot of optimism in Washington that when you hear language like what President Trump used yesterday, saying this was the dawn of a new era for the Middle East. Is that sense of optimism shared, do you feel, where you are there in the heart of Europe?
Well, yes, also here a lot of observers are quite optimistic. The head of the European External Action Service, which is sort of the EU diplomatic service, also congratulated American President Trump with his achievement here. But then if you look at the history of ceasefires tend not to last, unfortunately. Also the fact that sort of Hamas is gaining back some control to a degree. There's some other elements as well. The fact that Hamas does not seem able to return all the bodies of all the Israeli hostages. So there's a number of elements of concern. But broadly, yes, people think that this should stick at least for a while.
Yeah, it's a difficult deal, isn't it, to strike, and inevitably it wasn't going to be plain sailing. So all things considered, and given the level of mistrust on both sides. Do you think it's fair to say this 20-point plan and its implementation so far has been as good as perhaps could realistically be expected?
So far, so good. To be fair, it doesn't seem to be on the verge of collapsing, at least. And I think a lot will now depend on future arrangements being negotiated. Who will actually serve as the police force of Gaza? I mean, will we allow Hamas to continue to do that, which is the case now? To what extent will regional powers be willing to engage in Gaza, not just financially, but also by deploying some military capacity? A lot of that is very unclear. Also because if that were to happen, there will be a big discussion on the rules of engagement. So there's so many question marks left at this point. And of course, it's normal that you can't just sort this out in such a short period of time. But yeah, I think great challenges remain.
And Peter, which European powers are viewed as having been the most proactive and the most involved in helping to get us to the point we're at now?
Well, France is very keen to play a role, both by providing some security assets. It's not exactly clear to what extent and how far France will go. And secondly, also by trying to convince regional powers to engage. So I think, yeah, France and of course the UK as well, they are quite keen to to make a positive contribution here. So far. Obviously, most of the leverage was with the Americans, given how much influence they have over the region. The fact that European governments have fallen out with Israel is also not really helping them at this point to have leverage. But yeah, they're trying to contribute what is possible.
I mean, there are quite different narratives and sort of talking points, aren't there, when you look at the sorts of messaging that comes out of Washington and the sorts of messages you get out of major European capitals. For example, you hear President Macron lambasting Israel for expanding settlements in the West Bank. That's not something you hear, is it, too much from the US delegations?
That is true. When it comes to that specific point, U.S. pressure has been more sort of behind the scenes. But I think in Washington, there's a consensus that this is also not very helpful, the expansion of the settlements. On the other hand, you do hear, even in Europe, even people on the left saying, look, we'll have to find some kind of an arrangement with that. At this point, there's so many people living in the West Bank that, just sort of emptying the West Bank, as Sharon, the former Israeli prime minister, has done with Gaza, is no longer feasible. And I think, those are some tough questions that also people in Europe that are, let's say, at this point closer to the Palestinian position, that they will have to confront in the next few years, when an arrangement will need to be found, not just for Gaza, but for the overall situation in the region.
And I'm wondering whether you think, to a certain extent, public policy and statements you hear from world leaders on this issue in Europe is driven in some part by public opinion, which is much more vocal, isn't it, on the issue of the Palestinians and the support for them having a state of their own. That's not something you hear quite so much of, is it, in the United States?
Yeah, absolutely. But then even in the US, especially among the left, you can argue that the Palestinian cause is absolutely a top priority. The thing is here that, many people are supporting this for different reasons. For them, for some it's some kind of a tribal leftist cause. For others, it's a genuine concern with the plight of the Palestinians. Some would go so far as sort of brushing off the crimes of Hamas. Others make a big distinction. So it's a broad coalition. But I think fundamentally Israel remains, a Western democracy despite its faults. And I do think that should eventually end up in Western European governments engaging more closely again with Israel, especially because since the Abraham Accords, Israel has also been reaching out with partners in the region. So when when hopefully this terrible Gaza war is now over, perhaps there's a prospect also for these relationships to be restored again.
I mean, there have been various roles touted for the EU and for European leaders and European nations in helping to bring some stability to the region, whether it's observer roles, peacekeeping roles, mediating roles. I mean, what do you see as being the European value add in this whole conundrum?
Well, European governments will certainly offer some financial support. If some mediating roles are required, I think they will also be ready to provide this. In terms of hard military assets, I can only think of France and the UK willing/able to offer that. But even then, that will only be sort of on the sidelines. I think when you're talking about Gaza, to the extent that Israel, of course, permits this, I think only regional powers will ultimately, be able to, help out with security there.
Do you see Brussels, I mean, I'm talking about the EU here, opening its purse strings and helping to finance some of the reconstruction effort, which is going to be hugely expensive and hugely complicated?
I can imagine that this will be the case, that European governments will try to contribute here. Now, there's one thing that we should not forget, as important as Gaza is for many of the European public. There's a war going on the European continent in Ukraine, which is objectively a far greater geopolitical danger to Europe's security than whatever happens in Gaza, as serious as this also is. So I think if you're talking about, financial resources, at the end of the day, European governments will be forced to prioritize the Ukraine issue. But given the pressure of public opinion, they will also certainly, see Gaza and the reconstruction there as a priority.
You make a really good point there, Peter, because actually in the last 48 hours, Ukraine has suddenly become an issue again. And some said that on October the 7th, 2023, events in Gaza really eclipsed events in Ukraine. And it seems that did happen for a period of several months, if not the entire duration of the 24-month-long war. And there's also talk of the blueprint for this 20-point plan being applied somehow to mediating an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. Are those things that people in Europe are now discussing in a major way?
Well, it looks like President Trump is now turning his attention to fixing Ukraine. He's meeting the Ukrainian President Zelensky. But indeed, some of the lessons learned in, trying to solve the Gaza crisis, will definitely be applied to Ukraine as well. But at the end of the day, to the same extent that the terrible crisis in Sudan is being overshadowed by the events in Gaza, I think for Europe, and especially Eastern Europe, at the end of the day, the crisis or the war in Ukraine is, is very much at their doorstep, and that will always manifest itself.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Peter Klepp, Editor-in-Chief at the Brussels Report. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed for watching. That's all we've got time for on Global News today. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
I read the book and I knew that Jesse and Paul, who I've worked with both of them before, and they're both very dear to me, and so I would jump at the chance to be part of that. And then I subsequently read a script, and I was keeping my fingers crossed that they hadn't messed it up, and they hadn't. It was amazing. So yeah.
Tell me a story.
What story would you like?
Something that moves you.
I did a little bit of researching on Hamnet and how old he was when he died. He was 11, and there's a lot of things that people don't know because obviously it was a long time ago. So there's some things that we can't find out. But so some of this movie is obviously fictional. That's not exactly what happened.
Will you be brave?
Yes.
Will you be brave?
Deep, dark, black void.
The novel had the same heartbeat as me as an editor. You know, to me, it's a piece of poetry. It's a beautiful metaphor that will allow so many people from different walk of life to project what they are going through onto it. A timeless piece of writing that is poetic does that. So I thought it's a great container to make a film in. And me and Maggie did a first pass, just putting everything in chronological order, and we went from there.
What do you see?
What do you see?
You will live.
The thing that you have to do in faced with a situation like this is try and educate yourself, because you can't just take from the perspective that, one person is bad or one person is good. You have to have a little look into the side of somebody's life and how they've grown up, or what they've experienced. And, I found a lot of detail on record of Herman. There's a lot to learn.
I'm going to put Herman Goering on trial. He's the face of the Nazis now. As he falls, so do they all.
Evil tried to outwit me, but no man has ever beaten me.
I think that it's been such a springboard launchpad for so many independent films and directors, writers, and actors and producers that it's, from my point of view, absolutely invaluable.
It's about the nature of evil, but then inside of that is just a particular historical thriller of a film that was really well made with great actors, and so I was just glad to be a part of it.
Dr. Kelly, can you tell me what I'm doing here? You couldn't say, Doc, I'm just a translator. Translator for what? Let's see.
I didn't know that there was a psychiatrist, that Rami plays a psychiatrist whose job was to determine the mental well-being of Herman Goering, played by Russell Crowe, to stand trial.
I think at a certain point I began to understand what I thought his ambitions were, and how potentially his ambitions were corrupted, and how at a certain point, as sure of himself and as confident in himself as he was, how he lost control of the narrative, and it was a fascinating character to play.
This war ends in a courtroom.
The world needs to know what these men did,
so that it can never happen again.
So this is a particularly endearing type of film, but when you're directed by an actor, how much does it change the experience for you?
Well, it depends on the actor. But with Scarlett, it was really easy. She's a phenomenal communicator, and obviously everybody knows she's an extraordinary actress, but she just has this way she just had an ability to slip seamlessly into being able to describe and sort of engage people with her vision and the tonality that she wanted for this film. And I think that her capacity to choose her heads of department and to cast it, was just really exquisite. So it was a really fun experience.
Hi, I'm Eleanor.
I was wondering if I could feature you in my article. I did pick a subject for my journalism project.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm actually profiling a Holocaust survivor.
What did you love most about directing?
I love the collaborative spirit of directing. That's the best part, is that I got to work with really some of my favorite artists. Dustin O'Halloran, who's here today, who's an amazing composer. Hélène Vert, our DP, who's absolutely extraordinary. I mean, there were so many people that came together to make this movie just out of the love for the script and for June's work. And I loved the collaborative part of it so much. We were in Cannes earlier this year, which was so extraordinary. Now we're in Toronto and feeling all the June love. I love June, and so getting to watch everybody else experience her is really special. And I know for her as well, because we've talked about it, I think she's also kind of like having the time of her life, which is at 90, almost 96 in November. I mean, it's pretty extraordinary. So I just feel very privileged to be any part of that.
We lived together for 11 years. And sometimes when you live with someone for that long, you forget where you end and they begin. I love you, Elle.
I was pretty young when all this started. Now all we do is run and fight. There's no way to live.
I do feel, throughout the series and throughout the spin-offs, that there is a sense of hopefulness that slowly creeps up. Is that something you were hoping for since the beginning? Well, did you ever expect that it would be so long in terms of, seasons and spin-offs and all that?
No, I mean, it's hard to predict that you're going to be successful for this long at something. But that theme that you're talking about, that dialogue in that spot in the series was my idea. I wanted to introduce that. So the writers agreed with that and took that and sort of spread it out and made it sort of a theme of the show. I mean, I knew what we were about to get into, and I thought for Daryl's character, him sort of having a pre-thought of that idea, of that sort of different way of thinking, was a good through line for his character while all these things were happening. So I kind of introduced it.
That man there is the king. So the town offers up one of your daughters. In return, you get a truck full of guns?
They call it security. I call it extortion.
It's very much like Tentacles, this story. It could go anyway because, there's so much to explore because we're kind of, seeing a blank canvas of a world. How excited are you when you receive a new script or a new storyline or see, where the writers have gone? Are you still surprised?
I am still surprised. That was part of the reason why when we came to Europe, we got new writers, new showrunner, new directors. We didn't want to take the old show and just pick it up and keep doing it somewhere else. When they offered me the spinoff, I sort of insisted or strongly wanted new blood, new ideas, fresh stuff, and to go with the backdrop that's brand new and have the show be in the language in the country that we're filming in. I think there's a tendency to be afraid of that. Well, this is what works. Keep doing that, but we didn't want to just keep doing the same thing, It's still in an apocalyptic world. There's still death everywhere. There's still everybody trying to take your stuff. There's that hierarchy of the fittest survive. That is still there. But as far as the characters and the settings and the passion involved with whatever country we're filming in, it's all brand new. And I think part of the story is Daryl not knowing what we're talking about, trying to figure it out. Is this going to be a fight? Like, are we getting along? Like, are you an ally? Are you not? I think that's part of the story. So we had to keep certain elements that were natural.
Yeah, absolutely. It works. It's working. Thank you so much. Always nice to talk to you, Norman. Have a great day.
Yeah.
We have to fight them. We gotta kill the next king of Spain.
Let's keep doing that. Let's keep never giving up.
So where'd all the people go?
You're looking at the last Englishman in England. I couldn't sail the boat alone.
An exciting new season, and I think the infinite opportunities of what The Walking Dead and Daryl Dixon series have show in this one, because you explore a whole new aspect, don't you?
Yes, I think it's this whole world is opened up to them in such a big way and an unexpected way ever since they got to France and now Spain and pit stop in London and
and God knows how many adventures on the way.
Right, and how this world affects them, the people that they meet along the way, is great material for finding out more about these characters and how they're going to survive this part of the world.
This isn't really music. I don't think so.
Welcome to Solat del Mar.
Were the locations an exciting part of doing this? Was this the most location-rich of the 3 seasons?
Absolutely stunning locations. The locations are a huge part of the show and a huge part of what makes shooting it so fun for the cast and the crew, but also the cast and the crew that we're working with here have been amazing.
Yes, well, it sounds like it. Anyway, those sets look fabulous.
That man there, he's the king. So the town offers up one of your daughters. In return, you get a truck full of guns?
They call it security. I call it extortion.
Have you always discussed with Norman the dynamic of the 2 characters and how they would evolve? Has the evolution of the characters been a surprise, or they've been always part of the forward story of the characters for you?
Norman and I, personally, we don't discuss with each other a whole lot about our characters, and we do chime in on some of the material sometimes, and that's pretty much the extent. But to see them evolve, it's refreshing to step out of their comfort zone, to step out of what's familiar to them, has opened the doors to a lot more exploration for these 2 characters. And I want to speak for him, but I can tell he's enjoying it too.
He does enjoy it a lot.
We have to fight them. We gotta kill the next king of Spain.
Are you able to gauge from the fans what makes those characters so, loved by them, engaged by them? The whole, Walking Dead universe, but in particular here.
From what I can gather from the fans, Carol is an inspiration to a lot of people.
She is.
Her life's journey so far, and that's a beautiful thing to me. And I think Carol and Daryl are just such a great duo. It's beyond permission that they give one another. It's an unconditional type of beautiful relationship that they have.
And it's unusual as well, it's unexpected and unusual. And I think the different dynamic that they have is what makes the fans love it.
First you survive what happened to you. And after time, if you're lucky, start living again.
Let's keep doing that. Let's keep never giving up.
What are you going to do about this baby?
Hello, it's such a pleasure to talk to you about this film. I'm not going to spoil why your 2 characters don't have many scenes together, but they are mother and daughter. So how did you connect together to kind of study their backstory and what would have happened to them?
I think a lot of what I was doing, at least at the start, because I didn't get to meet her until further along into filming. So I think honing in on that longing of wanting to know her, the longing of wanting to know her as a person, but also her as Perfidia, and hearing Leonardo DiCaprio talk about who she was and how she was doing on set, and also hearing Paul talk about how she was and how she was performing on set. I think honing in on that really, in my mind, solidified our connection.
Yeah. I agree. It's the wonder. Mm-hmm. I can't wait to meet her. Where is she? Exactly. I think, the longing. Exactly. And then I think what made it even doper for me was when we finally did get to meet, we instantly clicked. We instantly loved on each other. So it was also easy, but also hard to do some of the more difficult scenes, leaving my child behind, because I'm like, oh, she's so sweet, and also the letter at the end, it was easy and emotional reading it, you know what I'm saying? So I think, we definitely kind of went in on the fact that even in real life, with doing the movie, our times of really being apart and also longing for each other, and just the wonder.
Me and Mom used to run around and do some real bad shit. They got hurt. Now they're coming after us. Sorry.
I didn't ask for this. That's just how the cards were rolled out for me.
She's a great character. I mean, kind of, Perfidia has got this confidence that we all want with the cracks inside. So how did you live her?
Honestly, Perfidia, yes, is very, very complicated. She's very, very complex. And Perfidia has a lot of layers, and I think that me and Paul really made sure we went through every single layer and just kind of laid it all on the table. And like we always say, just the conversations, just having a lot of conversations with him and really talking about her more than reading about her. I think the talks are very important. And him also giving us the creative freedom to play, the creative freedom to go to the playground and have recess and be like, okay, cool. So this is who Perfidia is going to be. Here's this layer, that layer, Here's my little... so it's easy to dive in on a woman who was unapologetically herself. It felt really empowering to be able to play such a strong character like that.
World War III out there! Welcome to the world, Bob. I kill him dead!
You know what freedom is?
What?
No fear.
Just like Chase said in the beginning, was Leo the link between the characters for you? Through?
Yeah, I think that, honestly, everybody was, getting to talk to Paul about who she was, what she was doing, Leo. I think truly everybody in that sense was, because I was getting bits of information character-wise, personality-wise in general from everybody.
Thank you so much. They want me out.
Thank you.
Great to see you both.
Great to see you too.
Sure.
Say it. Say it, baby.
Love you, Bob.
Love you too.
Does it matter that you have all these awards and success when you're excited about working with the director? Is there candid enthusiasm when they send you the script?
With Paul, absolutely. I think, not to speak for Benicio here, but I know I've been an avid fan of his work for 25 years now. He just does everything right. I don't know how to say it other than that. The music, the tone, the worlds that he envelops you into, his imagination, the unpredictability of each one of his plots, the immersive quality that you feel in his movies, like you're there. So this, I think everyone comes into a Paul Thomas Anderson project, A, feeling lucky and blessed to be there, but B, feeling like you got to bring your A game. Really.
I'm a drug and alcohol lover, and I cannot remember for the life of me or the life of my only child the answer to your question, what time is it?
8:15.
Now, I need this rendezvous point. You understand what I'm saying? I need it.
I understand.
He has everything in his head, right? Does it make it easier for you to imagine the character's backstory and, what he's been through till that point?
Yeah, I think so. I think, but he says he's never acted, but I think he's a very good actor. And I think
he understands them very well, then.
Yes. And I think he enjoys or allows for the process of the actor. And every process is different. And so it's pretty amazing to see him adjust with the actors in different ways. And but like Leo was saying, it's on the script. And you bring what you bring, and he's willing to listen, willing to collaborate, and makes it fun. And he's really encouraging.
How did you imagine Bob Ferguson, for instance, in his teenage years? It's very fun to imagine what brought a character to where we see him.
Well, there was this book called Days of Rage, which is about revolutionaries in the late 1960s, the Weather Underground, and how all of that movement, which had to do with civil rights, Vietnam, anti-imperialism, all that, what happened to them afterwards, which was the most interesting thing. How this community in Northern California, they spread throughout the country trying to disappear. So I just love the fact that, you know, in the beginning of the movie, I'm this sort of idealistic revolutionary, but then I'm sitting here trying to be a regular dad, trying to disappear and completely paranoid and abusing drugs and alcohol. And it's just an incredible setup for a character and trying to pick up the pieces from his past and make sense of the world that he lives in. It's a great setup for a movie that's so unique, and that's what Paul does so well.
Dad, what is wrong with you?
You're right.
Let's go. I got a tunnel.
Oh, what's going on?
I need a weapon, man. All you got is goddamn nunchucks. You know where I can get a gun?
Are car chases fun at this stage of your career, getting, you know, shaken and stirred?
Best damn actor driver in the industry right here. We did
Slow
50 takes around El Paso, driving, curving. Oh, it was insane.
He's saying that because he was sitting on the edge of the door of the passenger side, and he never fell. So, yes.
But is it something that needs a lot of preparation, those kinds of things? Is it a different kind of acting exercise, I wonder?
Well, you have to be focused, and sometimes you are driving. You get the actor driving. So, you know, in my case, I had Leo hanging from the window.
You have to be incredibly focused.
You have to be focused.
I mean, literally, most of these scenes, we had these vintage, you know, VistaVision cameras, which are nearly extinct, attached to every corner of the car, and we're driving through cities or you know, these long open roads, and he's driving, and it's a lot of pressure. Dialogue, beats you need to hit, you know. We
took one down.
Yeah, you clipped one.
Clipped one. I clipped one. Yeah.
One ride after another.
Yes.
Here, that's the sequel.
That's right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
See you both.
Yes.
Have a great day.
First of all, we are very excited to have this regional hub established in Riyadh. It coincides also with a 50-year partnership that has been extremely productive over the years. But I see it actually as a bigger undertaking. As you know, the World Bank is probably best known for its financial support to developing countries, but we are at the same time also a knowledge bank. We have gathered an enormous amount of experience, knowledge of different development experience from Asia to Africa to Latin America. And so we would like that to put the whole knowledge bank on a new level. That means how we work with each other, how we experiences are shared, and we would like to do that together with the countries. So therefore, I think it is very important that we capture the richness of the diversity of the membership. And this means that Saudi Arabia has some very interesting experiences, development experience that it could share with the world. Equally, we would like to continue with a strong advisory role to the Saudi government. So we thought that first this comes all nicely together, but we would not want to see that only Saudi specific, but that Saudi Arabia has a role to play regionally and globally, and we very much welcome this role.
Can you give us an update on the Global Knowledge Hub, which was recently established in Saudi Arabia about a year ago, and what role did it play in job creation?
Well, what is very important is what the Saudi government has been doing, for example, on the digital agenda, as well as artificial intelligence. I saw firsthand for example, the Seha hospital, that is the first virtual hospital and is serving 230 hospitals here in the kingdom. This is actually fascinating because it is not only a great experience here, but it could be a very important experience for countries that have similar challenges around the globe. Another example is how the Saudi government has been easing doing business for startups, how to set up companies. You can here now set up a company within minutes. I saw that yesterday, and I was quite impressed about this. And I asked also which other countries have that ability. And right now there is no country that can actually establish a company that fast. So these are type of experience where we think that this knowledge hub is going to be important. Now, how does that link then to the jobs agenda? Clearly, if you are encouraging young kids to start companies, and you have to go through an everlasting bureaucratic slew of regulations that you cannot even quickly establish a company, you're not going to encourage entrepreneurship, but also investing. I think these are the type of things where we are seeing that it is important to create the enabling conditions for investment, for entrepreneurship, for initiatives. And I think these are very valuable lessons that we can learn, and what we hope also to see certainly in Saudi Arabia, that it will also have a great effect on the labor market.
In an ever-shifting environment and with the constant changes happening in the job market, what role does the World Bank play in job creation, and to what extent does the private sector contribute to the availability of opportunities?
So first, the dimensions. In the next 10 years, about 1.2 billion young people will reach the labor market. Projections, which should not be destiny, suggest that only 400 million will find jobs. So there's a huge gap. So that means, how can we actually close that gap, create actually opportunity, but also hope for the new generation to thrive in life? That means that the World Bank has been saying we should all focus laser sharp on job creation, particularly for young people, and we have to do that through different angles. One is clearly to create the enabling environment. What you have been doing, for example, to ease the opening of a firm is a great way of starting. Secondly, we will need enabling investments that can be from education to infrastructure is very important. But then certainly the public sector will not create the jobs that are needed. It will be the private sector. So there we need to see what is actually prevented the private sector to actually do even more than what they are doing now. And that means to look at issues that constrain their activities, but also to see how can we actually encourage them to embrace digitalization, AI, discover foreign markets. So those kind of things will need to be done. We are actually active in all of those three areas. The World Bank is also actually a World Bank group, so we have two strong private sector arms and two public sector arms. They will need to have to work together with governments, but also with the private sector to make it happen. We are actually quite optimistic that if we actually encourage this collaboration cross-border, but also across sectors, public and private sector, we have a good fighting chance to make progress. But we will need to work together, and we need to actually really use great experience across the globe, including in Saudi Arabia, to learn, adapt, and actually good experience. How can we scale that not only here, but elsewhere in the world?
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
First of all, we are very excited to have this regional hub established in Riyadh. It coincides also with a 50-year partnership that has been extremely productive over the years. But I see it actually as a bigger undertaking. As you know, the World Bank is probably best known for its financial support to developing countries, but we are at the same time also a knowledge bank. We have gathered an enormous amount of experience, knowledge of different development experience from Asia to Africa to Latin America. And so we would like that, to put the whole knowledge bank on a new level. That means how we work with each other, how we experiences are shared, and we would like to do that together with the countries. So therefore, I think it is very important that we capture the richness of the diversity of the membership. And this means that Saudi Arabia has some very interesting experiences, development experience that it could share with the world. Equally, we would like to continue with a strong advisory role to the Saudi government. So we thought that first, this comes all nicely together, but we would not want to see that only Saudi specific, but that Saudi Arabia has a role to play regionally and globally, and we very much welcome this role.
Can you give us an update on the Global Knowledge Hub, which was recently established in Saudi Arabia about a year ago, and what role did it play in job creation?
Well, what is very important is what the Saudi government has been doing, for example, on the digital agenda, as well as artificial intelligence. I saw firsthand, for example, the Seha hospital, that is the first virtual hospital and is serving 230 hospitals here in the kingdom. This is actually fascinating because it is not only a great experience here, but it could be a very important experience for countries that have similar challenges around the globe. Another example is how the Saudi government has been easing doing business for startups, how to set up companies. You can here now set up a company within minutes. I saw that yesterday, and I was quite impressed about this. And I asked also which other countries have that ability. And right now there is no country that can actually establish a company that fast. So these are type of experience where we think that this knowledge hub is going to be important. Now, how does that link then to the jobs agenda? Clearly, if you are encouraging young kids to start companies, and you have to go through an everlasting bureaucratic slew of regulations that you cannot even quickly establish a company, you're not going to encourage entrepreneurship, but also investing. I think these are the type of things where we are seeing that it is important to create the enabling conditions for investment, for entrepreneurship, for initiatives. And I think these are very valuable lessons that we can learn, and what we hope also to see certainly in Saudi Arabia, that it will also have a great effect on the labor market.
In an ever-shifting environment and with the constant changes happening in the job market, what role does the World Bank play in job creation, and to what extent does the private sector contribute to the availability of opportunities?
So first, the dimensions. In the next 10 years, about 1.2 billion young people will reach the labor market. Projections, which should not be destiny, suggests that only 400 million will find jobs. So there's a huge gap. So that means how can we actually close that gap, create actually opportunity, but also hope for the new generation to thrive in life. That means that the World Bank has been saying we should all focus laser sharp on job creation, particularly for young people, and we have to do that through different angles. One is clearly to create the enabling environment. What you have been doing, for example, to ease the opening of a firm is a great way of starting. Secondly, we will need enabling investments that can be from education to infrastructure is very important. But then certainly the public sector will not create the jobs that are needed. It will be the private sector. So there we need to see what is actually prevented the private sector to actually do even more than what they are doing now. And that means to look at issues that constrain their activities, but also to see how can we actually encourage them to embrace digitalization, AI, discover foreign markets. So those kind of things will need to be done. We are actually active in all of those three areas. The World Bank is also actually a World Bank group, so we have two strong private sector arms and two public sector arms. They will need to have to work together with governments, but also with the private sector to make it happen. We are actually quite optimistic that if we actually encourage this collaboration cross-border, but also across sectors, public and private sector, we have a good fighting chance to make progress. But we will need to work together, and we need to actually really use great experience across the globe, including in Saudi Arabia, to learn, adapt, and actually good experience. How can we scale that not only here, but elsewhere in the world?
Hello and welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great nephew of the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the declaration and the impact given its significance and to the whole world, I would say?
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around was completely pro-Israeli. Bizarrely, that wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary. So really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress, I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania, and I think the south of Syria, 700,000. There are now, what is it, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, which made a huge difference. And no, I mean, Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I mean, I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the foreign secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I mean, I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the foreign secretary. Admittedly, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was, he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the foreign secretary, because you had, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America, not being able to speak English, with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture. But I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, all the Abrahamic faiths, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? Everybody was coexisting peaceably. But a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much further aspiration. We have a declaration of sympathy, that's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish, okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough to for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. And I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, you know, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, you know, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, you know, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a, you know, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48, and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. You know, they were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, you know, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, you know, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week, and this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this recognition, and do you think that it was a step taken too late?
No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two population problem much, much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank, and instead they've just been able to run riot and do whatever. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognize as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favor of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything.
And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves, until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two blocks who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, you know, love him or hate him, but, you know, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something, and I think has realized, and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you know, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, you know, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, you know, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, you know, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now, commerce has taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. That is so contrary to the Declaration and against the United Resolutions, things which we were talking about. But Gaza, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the Declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I mean, I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitation to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the Declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the Declaration, and one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more, I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. I mean, why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? As I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
At the recent Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit in Tianjin, Russia and China advanced the Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline, signing a key memorandum between Gazprom and CNPC. The project, routed through Mongolia, is designed to supply 50 BCM a year, nearly the same volume once set to Germany via Nord Stream 1. For Russia, this is a strategic reorientation of gas exports away from Europe towards Asia post the Ukraine war. For China, Power of Siberia 2 strengthens long-term energy security by diversifying pipeline imports alongside LNG. However, critical commercial details remain open. Until those are resolved, the pipeline's geopolitical significance might outweigh its immediate commercial reality. With me to discuss the strategic and market ramifications of this new pipeline is Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Tatiana, thank you for coming on the show. And let's begin with this. China is one of the two biggest LNG importers in the world this decade and is forecast to lead LNG demand growth in the years to come as it switches from coal to gas. Although gas will not flow in the Power of Siberia before the 2030 at least, how can it change the game for the global LNG markets, particularly for US LNG projects waiting for final investment decisions?
Thank you, Nasser, and thank you for inviting me and for great question. Indeed, a Power of Siberia 2, even without real contract signed, starts already to change the global LNG market game and all the perceptions of the market players, first of all. Just a little bit of historical perspective. We are now approaching to the third large LNG wave of new projects. The first wave was like 100 BCM, the second wave was 200 BCM, the third wave is 350. So the market is already preparing to a huge gas glut. The prices are supposed to go down to the benefit of the customers, but the competition will be really fierce. And in this very situation, when suddenly the market learns that probably post-2030 there will be additional 50 BCM of pipeline gas from Russia to China to the key growth area, this means that probably certain projects that are now approaching FID will not see the future. They will not become bankable because banks are also investigating the market realities, assessing supply-demand balance, and they will see that it will be extremely difficult to get their money back. So certain projects in the US, first of all, might be put on hold, but also the others struggling to attract financing and to proceed, like in Mozambique, for example. For them, it's really bad news, though, as you've mentioned at the very beginning, there is no real deal at the moment. It's just expectations, but you know how the expectations can affect markets.
Of course, Tatiana, the memorandum, although set to be binding, lacks any details, which means further negotiations are forthcoming. What are the contract parameters that you would be looking for, and who or which party you think has the upper hand on each of those factors?
Well, short spoiler, China has.
Absolutely.
Obviously, everywhere. Russia desperately needs this project, first of all, for the geopolitical reasons, but also to somehow monetize gas, which became stranded after real termination of relationship with the European countries. So this memorandum, it has the volume, 50 BCM, as you've mentioned. It has the route fixed via Mongolia, and Mongolia has confirmed and is really interested in proceeding with this project. What is missing is, first of all, price, the key parameter. And here, as far as I can see from all the rumors and leakages, it's always very confidential issue. But the key bargaining is between the price, this price similar to Power of Siberia 1. This is a request from Gazprom. It is oil-linked, but it is actually at the moment the cheapest imported gas that China has. So it is already several times cheaper than the price Gazprom had in Europe. But China is requesting even lower price for the second pipeline. They are actually talking about the price equal to the Russian domestic gas tariff for the industrial consumers, which is about $120 per 1,000 cubic meters. It's like $1.5 per MMBtu. It is extremely low. So somewhere in this range, they will find a balance. The second key parameter is take-or-pay volume. So the volume that a customer is obliged to pay for, whether takes it or not. In normal contracts, in most standard, it's about 80–85%. In this case, China is insisting on just 50% take-or-pay level, which is extremely low, and which means that China would be able to offtake just 25 BCM out of this 50 BCM capacity and keep the rest as an emergency insurance in case if it needs additional gas. But it also means that the period of payback for Russia is becoming much longer. When you cannot predict the load, it's really quite challenging. The third issue is financing. Who will pay for the pipeline construction? Obviously, China will finance the segment on its own territory, but who will pay for the Russian segment? For Power of Siberia 1 and for another pipeline to China from Russia, which is called Far Eastern Route, it is Gazprom, which is paying everything. China refused in 2014 to provide any loans or any advanced payment for this construction. For Power of Siberia 2, there was an indication from Alexei Miller, CEO of Gazprom, that they are discussing these financing issues. What will be the result? I do not know, but it is really important for the project economics, at least for the Russian side. And fourth, last but not least, of course, it's timing. When exactly they are planning to start? Russia was ready back in 2023. They've prepared already all the project documentation, all the permits, everything. But China, as you see, is not in a hurry. It's like postponing the project. And probably, though we are discussing early 2030s, it can go further to the right. It can be postponed for another 5 years, as it happened with Power of Siberia 1, which took 10 years for China to make a final decision and to really start the project. So these four key uncertainties, which means that there is a lot of further tough negotiations forthcoming.
Surely. But how can the Power of Siberia 2, Tatiana, make China a bigger swing player in the global gas markets once that pipeline gets built and gas starts to flow?
Excellent question, and it refers to this take-or-pay condition which I've mentioned. So if China will succeed to obtain 50% take-or-pay level, then it means that it will have 25 BCM of flexible capacity. That's a lot. And even without vast underground storages, China will be able to play in the market. It will have this arbitrage between pipeline gas from Russia and LNG all over the world. And if you add to that the fact that during the past few years, Chinese companies have built incredibly efficient trading capacities, both in oil and in gas, that means that they will be able actually to, well, manipulate the market. Yeah, they will have this flexibility. They will be able either to resell LNG cargoes that they do not need, as it was happening back in 2022, or when this undemanded LNG was going to Europe and actually saved Europe from a real gas collapse after Russian gas flows stopped. Or it is happening right now. Yeah, this LNG goes to Europe, the one that China doesn't need, because actually, though, at the very beginning, you've mentioned that China is the biggest and fastest growing LNG consumer in the world. The last year wasn't really good enough. So Chinese LNG imports actually went down. So there are also some concerns about future China's gas demand. And if Chinese buyers are negotiating now with any LNG producer, what they say is, we will have, let's say, $1.52 per MMBtu for Russian gas. So what can you propose us? What is your value proposition in this case? Yeah, so it's a lot of bargaining
Gives them a
power.
lot of leverage, indeed.
Exactly.
Tatiana, let's move from the market implications to the strategic implications. Strategically, vis-a-vis the United States, what does POS2 mean from Russia's standpoint, especially after the overtures from Trump and the Alaska summit between Trump and Putin?
Well, the broader context of all these dances between Putin and Trump is, I think, led by Trump's desire to split China and Russia strategically, because this alliance is really becoming threatening. Russia having not only enormous resources, not only energy, but also materials, minerals, everything, and nuclear weapons, and China with all its economic and military capacity, that already looks like quite a frightening bloc. So agreeing to give some concessions via Ukraine, sanctions, Trump seemed to be hoping to actually attract Putin to the other side. And their Alaska summit, when they've mentioned different Arctic economic cooperation projects and all this stuff, it looked like a signal that probably Putin is turning to the US. But 10 days later, with all these Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit rhetorics, with the military parade, which Putin also attended, and with Power of Siberia 2 memorandum, for me it looks like a clear signal that Putin has chosen China's side at the moment. Maybe he is waiting for additional concessions from the US. Maybe it is like the final word, we will see. But for China, which was very slow to confirm this memorandum, by the way, on the official level, while Russia immediately started to celebrate, China was not actually confirming for a period. So China definitely leaves some window for further negotiations, both with Russia and with the US. So it's this big trilateral geopolitical game ongoing.
Okay, so despite, Tatiana, China having the upper hand on the POS2 negotiations, isn't it safe to say that China also does need Russian gas, given that the US LNG is stuck in that trade war currently taking shape between Washington, D.C. and Beijing. Also, Qatar LNG is susceptible to the Hormuz closures in any future wars on Iran. And furthermore, Australian LNG is not so politically dependable either for China. So does Beijing need to secure the reliability of the Russian piped gas, especially before Putin could be swayed by Trump towards the West with promises of sanctions, relief, and so on? Do you think this is what finally moved the needle for China on the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline?
Exactly, Nasser. That is our reading. So we were asking ourselves at Columbia, why now? What changed? For so many years, China was actually putting this project on hold, and now suddenly they decided to make quite a significant step, though not final, but still. As you've mentioned, first of all, Iran-Israeli war and this threat of Hormuz closure, it really became quite a wake-up call for Chinese authorities, who were always very much preoccupied by energy security, but now it was so close that they started to reassess reliability of the supplies from the Gulf. Then the U.S. trade war. And again, during the last year, actually, China stopped importing U.S. LNG. They've already basically refused from it. So, as I mentioned, there is a lot of LNG around the world forthcoming in the next couple of years. So I think China will be able to replace the U.S. LNG by the other suppliers. But they need an insurance. They need some hedge. And therefore, Power of Siberia 2, though it's not absolutely the must for Chinese gas balance at the moment, it's something like nice to have, just in case, just to be sure that if there is maritime blockade, either in Hormuz or in the China Sea, if anything happens with the pipeline gas, which is going through common border and through Mongolia, you don't expect any big problems. And as the world is becoming more fragmented and confrontational, it seems to be a smart move from China's side. And also don't forget about price. It will be very cheap gas, which will support China's industrial policy and global competitiveness. So China is not losing anything, but it wins quite a lot.
Tatiana, fascinating, of course, discussions with regards to the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline, what it means for the markets and strategically for both China and Russia vis-a-vis the West. Thank you so much for coming on the show and sharing your thoughts. Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.